Hail, Layersons. Welcome back to the Wyvern's Lair. I am Dungeon Master Wyvern, and this is the first player reaction to the first ever Roadmap Roundtable from the good developers at Broadsword Online Games for Ultima Online. There was a great opportunity on May 6, 2025 to hang out with Ultima Online dev team and ask them any and all questions about things Ultima Online. This roundtable was held over their official Twitch and YouTube channels, and also on Test Center 1 in-game at the Barnacle Tavern in Minot. There was some great information in this discussion about both the future ahead for New Legacy, things players can look forward to as far as establishing their legacies in this current season, and good information about how the season will end and what we can expect shortly after the end of the Shattering. There was also a very exciting preview of Publish 120 for the production shards for the summer of 2025. I think players across the many shards of Ultima Online can look forward to what will no doubt be another groundbreaking and exciting event from Parallax, our content designer for Ultima Online. Through this discussion, we also had a chance to reacquaint ourselves with longtime developers and also some new names who are contributing to the success of Ultima Online in 2025. We caught up with our community manager, Fenico, Greg, a longtime developer now stepping into the role of producer, Nick, our talented content designer, leading the charge on fresh experiences for Ultima Online players, Steven, our veteran engineer who continues to maintain and enhance the game's codebase, Michael, our lead QA expert dedicated to squashing bugs, large and small, and our incredible artists, Jim, Billy, and Steph, who bring to life the monsters that haunt our nightmares and who create the items of our dreams that we spend so much time chasing in-game. I personally found the Roadmap Roundtable to be informative, entertaining, and I really do give credit to the developers for making themselves available and for hopefully starting a new tradition as far as how they communicate with the Ultima Online player community. I would like to thank my own player roundtable, consisting of Nemesis, Epic Lute Gaming, Jokersouldragon, and Slurms MacKenzie. Thank you all for your time and for adding great input to this discussion about the future ahead for Ultima Online, the production shards, and the seasonal shard, New Legacy. Join me now as we react to the Roadmap Roundtable for Ultima Online.
I'm Fenico, your host and the community manager for Ultima Online if you're new. Today's episode is something truly unique. So for the first time, we've brought the entire development team together to give you an inside look at how Ultima Online continues to evolve, thrive, and surprise us decades after launch. Yes, we'll get into that 1 second. We'll be talking about what it's like to work on a living, breathing world. We'll share some stories and maybe even reveal a little bit about what's to come. So, whether you're a veteran tamer, a dungeon delver, or a proud homeowner in Malice, pull up a chair and join us for today's roundtable. Now, before we get started, I just wanted to remind everyone that if you haven't hit that subscribe or follow button, please do so. Also, be sure to hit that like button as it really helps us stay at the top of that algorithm so that when they search for us, our name's right at that top there. Be sure to check out all of our social media accounts for news and interactive posts. Check out the official UO forum to interact with your fellow players. You can ask questions, answer questions, submit bug reports, and so much more. If you have an active play account, simply sign in like you normally would, and you're in. Be sure to check out UO.com, your official #1 source of all things Ultima Online. And while you're there, sign up for the newsletter so you can stay in the know about UO. Now then, let's get to introductions. First, please welcome Greg, the Ultima Online producer.
Hello, everyone.
Yay! Next, let us welcome Nick, the designer for UO.
Hello.
And next up, we have Steven, the UO engineer.
Hello, everyone.
Then we have Michael, who awesomely handles all of our QA.
Hello.
And then finally, last but not least, our amazing artist, Jim.
Hello, all.
Billy.
Good evening, everyone.
And Steph.
Hey, y'all.
Here we go. We've got everybody here, just like I said. All right, guys, we're going to get right into this. So if you have questions, please go ahead and submit them.
So I'm just going to jump in here. I am so excited by this roundtable that developers are putting together. And, I've been desperately trying to make it to the tavern where they're going to be having this discussion. So my intent as a content creator is to have a little bit of a live reaction throughout the conversation the developers are going to have about the roadmap. And hopefully we're going to have a couple of people, friends from the Wyvern's Lair, join us over the course of the session to react in real time with me. So occasionally I will be pausing the stream to throw in my own thoughts here. This is DM Wyvern. I am the Dungeon Master of the Wyvern's Lair YouTube channel, and I welcome you all to this roadmap discussion with the developers.
We're going to be watching the chats, and then we're also going to be watching in-game. So if you're not with us, you can join us. We are on TC1. We're in Minot. If you just go north to the Barnacle Tavern, that's where we are. So hopefully you'll be able to join us in-game. All right. So let's get right into the nitty-gritty of this. All right. So I have a question for Greg, our producer. We're going to start right off with that. What does a typical day look like for you working UO? Or is there no such thing?
I will definitely go with there's no such thing as a typical day. I think everybody on the team will agree that we all start the day off with a plan in mind, and we say, all right, we're going to do this today. But as you kind of alluded to in the introductions, when you're working on something that's a living, breathing world and a live product that's been in production for as long as UO has, there's always going to be something that comes up that is like atypical. So, there's the general stuff that we plan and we build content for, and all the various disciplines are creating assets for. But then like something random will happen and it'll be like, all right, well, I guess this is what today is going to look like. So there's no typical day for sure, but fortunately we don't have to deal with that too often and we can stay on track. But just as much as UO is a dynamic game to play, it is a dynamic game to develop as well.
Heck yeah. All right. Thank you so much for the follow. All right. Nick, when designing content for a game with so much history, how do you keep things fresh?
Great question. I usually look at it from a player's perspective, my own perspective. What would be fun for me to do? What would be fun for players to do? I've also played a lot of other video games in my my lifetime, and I like to pull some inspiration from those games as well. For anyone that has played New Legacy lately with the opening of Blackthorn's Dungeons, you can see a lot of new, fresh content and ideas that we put in there.
I'm just going to pause real quick and just go back to what Chironix, aka Greg, was talking about regarding a typical day of work at Broadsword Online Games for Ultima Online. I can, share from personal experience having a very, short stint in the games industry, I would argue. I don't have the seniority of Chironix here, but from my 2 years at a startup studio, I can confirm that the word that they use in project management, especially for software and game development, is agile methodology. And I think that goes kind of what to Greg was saying about how, there's always things that may come up over the course of work that will have been unanticipated, might divert your focus, or might become priority. So it's really important for a good development team to remain agile and be able to sort of pivot quickly when needed. And Nick here has done an exceptional job with his work on New Legacy, and arguably, of course, with his work on production as our content designer. Prior to Publish 2 for New Legacy, Nick had created two really incredibly fun events for the production shard community. I, as a New Legacy specialist, I haven't had a chance to check it out, those events out for myself. I didn't have a chance to experience them, but from all that I heard from the production players who were able to partake in those events, they were quite fun. And let me just say, if you have not yet had a chance to check out Publish 2 on the new Legacy Shard and, take a look at the good work Nick has done to create an amazing experience with the Forsaken Bloodline Dungeon, aka a revamped version of Blackthorns with the various wings that are required to unlock the way to the penultimate bosses for this content, the Exarchs, you are missing out, and you absolutely should. I would encourage you to take the time to explore New Legacy and Publish 2 for yourself. There's a lot there. It's incredibly fun. And cheers to Nick, aka Parallax, for doing a great job with it.
If you haven't played New Legacy, I highly suggest giving it a try because it's a great time there. But yeah, I mean, I just tried to look at what would be fun and engaging for players and myself if I was a player and base it off of that.
Okay, awesome. Awesome. All right. Next up, how about Steven? What's it like working with a code base that dates back to the late 90s?
It can be challenging at times, especially some of the very older systems. But we have recently been upgrading a bunch of systems and like versions of C++. So it's allowing us to bring the code base into a more modern era, which is great. But it can definitely be frustrating at times. But it's great.
I think Bleak Stevens being really humble here. He has been our senior engineer for Ultima Online for several years, and anything that Parallax or Greg or other members of the team dream up in the way of content, systems, or mechanics, it's Stevens' job to actually bring that to life for players. And us, certainly as I can confirm from my not quite a year, but several months playing on New Legacy, I've just really been impressed at the way Steven has been able to take a game that launched in 1997 and has decades worth of code around it, and really just sort of find really fun and exciting ways of stretching that code in ways that can delight and surprise, entertain players 30 years since. So cheers to Steven.
Awesome. And we did get our first question, and I guess this kind of applies to the three of you already now. Which of the new systems on New Legacy, for example, the Quest Engine, Blackthorn's Portrait Sash system, etc., do you think has been the biggest success?
That's a really good question, and I think one for our intrepid designer, Mr. Nick, because he's the nuts and bolts of all that. What do you think, Nick?
Honestly, all those systems mentioned have been very successful in their own regard. The Quest system has been successful in guiding players on their journey in New Legacy to leveling their character and unlocking the story and the narratives they go along. The Blackthorn system that we put in was the first of its kind with the way that dungeon worked, and that's been a tremendous success. Very, very popular content that worked really well.
Nemesis, welcome. Let me go ahead and welcome you to the recording. For those of you who will be catching this as a video on demand, Nemesis newly joined the Wyvern's Lair several weeks ago, and he happens to be a neighbor of myself here in New Mexico. I had a chance to meet him and his very cool wife a couple of days ago, and I'm very happy you could make it today, Nemesis, and join me for really an exciting moment, I think, for Ultima Online.
Yeah, let's check it out, man.
The Portrait Sash system, also known as like the Legacy system. Greg, you did the nuts and bolts of the Portrait system and the Sash for that, and I think that's turned out really well. Players really like seeing their achievements and their sashes and looking at other players' portraits and sashes. So I can't say that any one of those has been more successful than the other, but I do feel like all of them are successful in their own regard.
I think you bring up a really good point too with the The legacy portraits, that was a fun thing to build because one of our former artists did all the assets for it. And the idea was always like, how can we layer all the different facial features together to create all these different looks? Because that's something I always wish we'd had, like a little more customization on the planet, like how you can make your player look as opposed to everybody essentially looking the same in the paper doll. So when she first implemented it, I had to assign all of the different facial features to their appropriate spots. And there was a lot of really interesting bugs that came out of that when it was in development, because noses were ending up where like eyeballs were supposed to go, and like chins were up where noses were supposed to be. So we had some fun with that. But I really liked seeing how players were able to customize their player characters with that system. And I think we're excited to see that get ported over to production at the conclusion of the first season.
So that's big. So I don't know if you caught that, Nick, but basically Greg just shared that they intend to bring over the portrait system from New Legacy over to production at the end of the first season. So that's a really good example of the developers trying out brand new things in sort of a safe our test environment. Obviously, New Legacy is not a test shard, but it's a chance for them to sort of expose a new system or new feature for the game to a multitude of players and just see how it registers. And obviously, they're fairly confident that they don't need to keep the very cool portrait system that they introduced in New Legacy exclusive to New Legacy. So it's kind of like makes sense that would come over to production shards at the end of the season.
Yeah, people are going to love to be able to customize and make their characters more personable if they have those features, because I think people are so used to having the same look on their paper doll forever. So it's cool. Yeah, people like to, however they want to identify in the game. I think it's a cool idea, and like you said, it's nice to be able to kind of test it and then unleash game wide where you can, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And by the way, since you just kind of came in here hot, do you want to quickly introduce yourself for people who will be catching this video on demand, in the days, weeks, and months ahead, about who you are as an Ultima Online player?
Yeah, sure. So you can call me Nemesis. I've been playing this game, goodness, since '97. I remember first seeing it in my childhood friend's basement, and honestly, the first time I saw it, I fell in love, and I've been playing ever since. Off and on in phases, but it's a game that I just always came back to and loved. So yeah, it's really cool to see the evolution of the game, but also I think it's incredibly exciting just being a longtime player and seeing what they're doing, especially with New Legacy. I thought that with Publish 2, when it came out, it grabbed my attention right away. I'm like, this sounds really cool. And then coming in, seeing the community, seeing everything else that was there and involved, it impressed me where they're going with this. So I think there's tremendous potential. And it makes me pretty excited about it, to be honest.
I absolutely love the enthusiasm in Nemesis. I'm glad to see a veteran like yourself enthused and open to trusting Broadsword to make some good choices for the game and player community. What was I going to say? Oh, I guess that's it. Let me go ahead and head back to the stream. Thank you for being here.
Oh, of course.
Awesome. All right. Let's move on over to Michael. Are there any memorable bugs or testing moments that still make you laugh or cry?
I remember a bug report that to this day makes me chuckle whenever I remember it. It was simply one word, ogres. And ogres was misspelled, and it was just still my favorite one. I don't know what to make of it. That has always brings me a chuckle. As far as any other memorable testing, we had an issue when we were doing essay. There was a bug that arose. I'll use that term specifically, unintended, when an elf would die, it would have an odd corpse that had a almost like a pole basically coming out of the body. It was very interesting looking. I'll just leave it at that. Yeah, there's that. I mean, I've had many of interesting events happen during the testing of Ultima Online. So those are a couple of ones that come to mind.
Very cool. Oh, Wyvern has a question. What's your question?
It's not going to be a great question.
We have several questions coming in. Another question while we wait for Wyvern. Let's see. Let's round this over. There's some questions about any more information that we can give with 120.
Well, yeah.
All right, I'm going to pause it right there while Fenico is looking for my very disappointing question. I asked fried pickles, yes or no. I don't believe we got a good answer on that. I was wondering, Nemesis. We had one of the developers over there talking about one of the weirdest bugs they've run across. What was one of the jankiest or most memorable bugs that you encountered as a player over the course of your time playing Ultima?
Oh, there's two that like one is personal because it hurts a little bit because it was someone that kind of exploited a mechanic, and to kind of make a long story short, there was at one point in the game where they had like clean up Britannia, and you would turn in things and you would get rewards. And I remember, if you haven't seen it on production, they had a suit that was of Phoenix armor. So at the point in time, you would have to turn in a lot of points to get it, and it's still is relatively rare. And I remember someone wanting to buy it off of me, and he's like, "Oh, can you do me a favor? Do you mind holding these scrolls?" And then we ended up going to this location, and as soon as I'm about to trade it, he ended up somehow using a mechanism where I ended up with a whole bunch of scrolls, and the item just dropped to the ground.
Oh,
And he ended up taking it. Yeah. So, dude, I learned the hard way really fast. I'm like, oh, I was like holding some scrolls, no big deal. I'm like, dude, people come up with these things. And what I found out afterwards is he gave me like 2 recall scrolls, something like that. And I ended up with like 300 in my backpack when the trade occurred. And what essentially I think happened, it overloaded my character. And at that time with the trade window, it just wasn't as secure. They've made so many improvements to it over time. But yeah, just dropped to the ground. And then my poor Phoenix armor got picked up, and the person ran away. Yeah.
And I think that's such an Ultima Online story. It is, scoundrels out there playing this game that people have come into contact with over the years.
Of course. But that was one. And the other one, which was it was cool. It was used in a housing feature, and I don't think it exists anymore, but you could basically highlight on a wall tile, and you could drag it quickly, and you could walk through it. And I know that sounds really interesting, but what people would do is use it as a way to kind of secure an area or put a hidden area into your house. So it was an old friend discovered that, and the first time I saw him like that, I thought I've seen everything, you know what I mean? But people come up with weird things, so it's just funny.
I know. I hear you. All right, I'm heading back into the stream. Here we go.
Or is that still secretive?
Not too secret from Burger Mab.
Yeah.
Let's see. Nick, you're building the siege event. I don't know how much you want to tease out at the moment, but I'll let you go as far as you want with that one to how much detail you want to talk about the siege event without spoiling the backstory.
Yeah. So in the siege event, it's not like previous town invasions that we've done. It's something more of a hybrid. We're pulling elements from stuff we've done on New Legacy, stuff we've done on production before, and some new stuff. It's a multi-phased event where you have different parts. The siege of it is one part of it. There's some fighting, some boss fighting, some defense mechanisms. You kind of get a little bit of everything. Without spoiling too much, it's not like anything we've done before. There will be familiar elements in there. I mean, don't get me wrong. You will be fighting mobs. You will be, getting loot and stuff like that. And there will be a vendor, but it's something a little bit new that we're trying.
So what do you think of that, Nemesis? Obviously, I haven't had, the time as a player to really establish myself on Atlantic, where, which I consider my home shard, and I'm looking forward in the future to taking part in production events. Probably not this year, considering how committed I am to progressing on my new legacy journey. But I'm curious to hear your thoughts about what Parallax here is, brewing up for production players for the next event for the summer.
I think anytime that you start introducing these new mechanics, and I like that, it's just like we're trying something different, something new, and I think that's important because I know we talked about it. I think the other night, right? It's you get to a point if you're playing so long on production that you build your character, you don't want it to be like a solo player game. That's
Right.
some people do, but I think I see that obviously big in New Legacy where it's awesome to see that they introduced with these new bosses. When I was running in Blackboard, I'm like, I love these mechanics. Like, I think this is really cool that they're introducing because it makes you have to play the game differently than what people are accustomed to. So it's exciting. I think it's going to be really interesting to see what they come up with there.
Yeah, I agree. And I like the fact that it's going to be a complex multi-stage event that Ultima Online players haven't had a chance to sort of experience for themselves. Obviously, there's examples of events like that in other more recent MMOs, but for the team to be attempting something that's a little bit more complex than what players have been gotten used to. Cheers to Parallax for the ambition, right?
I concur, man.
All right,
Concur.
let's head back in.
So hopefully everyone will like it.
Very cool. Very excited for this one. Very excited. I had a lot of fun with the last one, and I know a lot of players really had a lot of fun with the past events that have been going on. So really looking forward to it. All right.
As far as the Clydesdale is concerned, I think we better look a horse in the eye and let our resident creature creator extraordinaire, Mr. Jim, talk about the horse of a different color, because he's been working on that for a couple of months now, and it's absolutely epic.
The Clydesdale, we definitely wanted to go for a larger scale, actually make it sizable, just like it would be comparable to the horses in the game now. So it will be a beefy monster. I think someone asked if it's going to be hewable. It definitely has hewable locations for the filigree. And we hope to give it like some real feel so that it can stand up next to the other horses. Let's see, are there other questions about the Clydesdale?
Will it be trainable? Yeah.
No, that's above my pay grade.
That's the Nick question. Nick is our resident animal expert. He has the highest ratings from the Gamekeepers Company of Britannia.
It's a badge of honor I wear. Yes, the Clydesdale will be a trainable pet. That will go to 5 slots. That's starting stats. Still in the works, still in design, but it will be a trainable pet with advanced animal training. So you have that to look forward to.
All right, thoughts on the Clydesdale. I don't know the significance of having another horse mount, but again, you've been playing this game far longer than myself, Nemesis, and you ticked off a lot of achievements. So based on what you've heard, thoughts there.
People like having cool mounts and cool pets,
Mhm.
period. So it would be interesting, right? I think one thing that is a cool feature is the ability, if you have ways to add hues or add customization to it, people are going to really dig that. You know what I mean? People like being able to kind of make it their own.
Yeah, and I'm looking forward to eventually getting my hands on this new mount too. So it's good to see the developers not only, essentially creating fun new pets and mounts for New Legacy, but also paying attention to production and finding opportunities to introduce cool new pets and mounts as well. All right, here we go. Back to the stream.
Very exciting. All right. Since we're already kind of segueing into our artists, let's ask, and this goes to each of you. Okay, what is your favorite thing you've gotten to create recently?
Probably for me, since I enjoy making creatures, even though I usually have to pull them back so they're not like X-rated gore, would be some of the new monsters, in particular the ones that when I show them to the team, everybody just kind of goes, "Oh God, no."
The absolute nightmare fuel that you've been churning out that has been giving me unpleasant nightmares for the past couple of weeks. Put those things in our review, and it's genuinely uncomfortable, and that's how I know you did an incredible job.
Look, you said you wanted things from another world that were nightmarish. I just did what I could.
I'm doing what I'm told.
Yeah, I'm curious. You've been playing through the Forsaken Bloodline dungeon and published 2 with me on New Legacy. Any standout models for you? For me, of course, Vorlothar, aka the evil meatball, is definitely a disturbing exarch to fight against. But apparently there is a version of it. There has been a version of that boss on production recently too. So they kind of just have taken that asset and introduced it as the exarch opponent on published 2 for New Legacy. But I'm curious if there's anything in the Forsaken Bloodline dungeon that you found like to be an especially cool, scary, or disturbing model.
For the model wise, I wouldn't say anything in particular. I think more what has been super standout are just the mechanics of it. Those modelings, damn it, man, they come get you. They come get you. But no, I think that's I think there's a synergy. Obviously, if you have assets and it makes sense, you can introduce mechanics. Super cool. But any new, I've seen it. I've seen new assets that have come out and come through, and I think it's always really cool, especially if you're keeping and paying homage to kind of like these graphics, right? These aren't. I personally think sometimes the modern day graphics are a bit much, and I always have loved like the aesthetic and the feel that I've seen with Ultima this period. So it's really cool to see when they start bringing new assets into the game.
Yeah, you make a good point. And I think one thing that I kind of appreciate about what they're doing on New Legacy, I can't speak to production, is they're keeping true. I mean, obviously, the Forsaken Bloodline dungeon kind of departs a little bit from, the CRPGs, the Ultima CRPGs, but it does feel like it's somewhere within that wheelhouse, right? Which I appreciate. It feels like it belongs in the Ultima, fantasy universe. And I will say those maulings remind me I mean, again, I don't know if this is deliberate on the part of the developers, but they just seem like quite a tribute to Ridley Scott's Alien and the Facehuggers. And
a little bit, just a little bit.
And they're just ass like horrifying at this point for me as a player when I see them.
Yeah, it's getting a little traumatic sometimes.
I'm very careful about stepping foot into that pod with the maul.
Hey, we survived. We survived last night, didn't we? Come on.
We survived thanks to your quick thinking. Otherwise, it would have been much more painful. All right, we're heading back into the stream.
Nightmare meatball.
Oh, the nightmare meatball. You said it.
Yeah, is he right?
Era.
Forget their little slug babies.
Oh gosh, yes.
So that would be me. Billy?
Okay, I can go next. Are we allowed to talk about things that are funny?
Sure, why not?
Okay, just want to make sure I don't go like too far ahead or something. Well, to be honest, it's hard to pick like one because I like to do like the really pretty things, but I also like to do like the really gross things. So, if like at top of my head at the moment, I think it's between like I really like working on these anniversary items that we have that are gonna come down the pipe. They're gonna be like all orchid themed. I got to work with little flowers and make them all pretty. But then also I got to make this like really cool, goopy, gross, bubbly, blue, nauseous void thing, and that was fun.
It looks
So I like to do those.
By the way.
Thank you.
Yeah, it turned out amazing.
yeah, it looked amazing.
Thank you. I hope you guys like it.
That would be a good definition of the new monsters. Goopy.
Yeah.
Yeah, that void goop stuff is actually being used in New Legacy right now and published too. So
Okay, good. So you got to see it. All right. Yay.
All right, and Steph, what about you?
Oh gosh. Oh, I don't want to spoil anything. Yeah, I don't want to spoil anything that I'm working on. I'll go with honestly, like the team gave me the opportunity to work on all of the cool stuff for the live streams, like Fenico and Ryoko, and like doing all of those has been like a lot of fun for me. So it's a little bit out of pocket, I think, compared to UO in general, when it's been really cool to work on. So
Yeah, that has really turned out incredible. I want everyone who's listening to really understand how much the team cares about our Japanese audience and how important it is that we connect with that audience. I know when those assets came out, people were various shades of emotion. And I can understand it. I certainly can. But, we specifically made those assets for our Japanese audience so that we could engage with them because, like I said, they're such an important part of our community. So seeing them getting put to use through the streams and connecting with them on a way that they have traditionally interfaced with UO, as the art styles have kind of meshed over the years, was really a great experience for us from the team, and also for the Japanese players as well.
Yeah, I'm curious, Nemesis. Obviously, we're both North American Ultima Online players, and I wonder. I'm curious to get your sort of thoughts about what Chironics is sharing there about the sizable Japanese player base that Ultima Online has, and how maybe they haven't had the attention that they may have merited over the years from the developers, and how it seems like Chironics and the team are trying to do more to really speak to that player demographic, in the various ways that they're talking about, including, of course, presenting the game in a way that might be a little bit more appealing for a Japanese player.
I mean, I think it makes a lot of sense because they're right. There's a huge market right there, and it's a huge player-based player group. And again, obviously, cultural viewpoints, whatever it may be, it makes sense to make sure, if you know that is part of the game, and I think a pretty significant part of it, that you're appealing to that audience, like anything, right? And I think there's also the delicate balance. How do you appeal to the global audience versus, localization, right? What localization is required, where there may need to be other considerations that you have to factor in. So I think it's great that they're thinking about the game in, honestly, a holistic way to make sure that they're trying to appeal to everyone as best as they can with every direction that they're probably getting. They have so many different kind of avenues between, obviously, they're trying to maintain production, they're trying to work with New Legacy. So there's so many elements that they're trying to manage. But
Yeah.
it's great that they're focusing on that.
Well, I fully agree, especially if it helps sort of sustain the MMO for players around the world, including here in North America. I think there's a really good business case for them devoting those resources to, not only preserving their Japanese player base, but hopefully growing it, just as they're attempting to do so with, obviously, their other cornerstone here in North America. And, I could imagine what a thrill it must be for the Japanese players to start receiving newsletters in Japanese, to obviously have now access to their own version of New Legacy in Japanese that they can, game on. And I believe that Ryoko, who we've heard hints about from our community manager Feneko, is in fact a Japanese player or volunteer somehow involved with Broadsword Online games that may make an appearance and start streaming Ultima Online for the Japanese player base in their own language. So I think this is all really exciting to see. I know if I were a Japanese player, I'd be deeply grateful to just see a little bit better acknowledgement for, where I am at and my friends and community in terms of supporting this great MMO.
No, that was news to me, that last part, that they're actually going to be doing, so they're going to be doing more content as well. That's fantastic.
I just wanted to, before we head back to the stream, I open up the paper dolls for all the developers here. At least I think I have all of them. We got Chironics, we got Bleak, we got Misk, Parallax, Feneko, and Beely. I'm not so sure if Beely's a developer, but Chironics is in his usual, very snazzy tuxedo getup, and we got Parallax here, who is looking really, really cool. He's got his octopus necklace. He seems to like that, and he's rocking. What else does he have on his character here? He's got like this really cool cloak. He's got a tabard, plate mail gloves, plate mail legs, plate mail arms. And I actually cannot get, for some reason, a pop-up on his cloak here, but it looks pretty cool. Misk is rocking a casa and plate armor, dyed to this very cool light blue color there. Bleak is rocking a gargoyle. He's part of my gargoyle family here. I like to see Bleak repping the gargoyles. Thank you, Bleak. And he's rocking a Gargish kilt, Gargish leather leggings, leather arms, and that's it. Pretty straightforward for Bleak. We got of course, our good community manager Feneko rocking her iconic community manager colors here. And so that's what we got going. All right, we're going to head back into the stream now.
I am an absolute noob when it comes to Japanese, but our very talented Japanese speaker, Serena, can vouch when she says the feedback we've gotten so far from them on Feneko and Ryoko is, I don't know. How would you say it in Japanese? How would you say it's been really great?
素晴らしいです。Yeah, definitely. 愛してます。皆さん、愛してます。We love you all. Yeah, it's been a trip. I love doing it. I can honestly say I absolutely love streaming for the Japanese audience, and the Japanese audience has been just so nice and everything. So I can't say that enough. You guys have been amazing. 皆さん素晴らしいです。So yeah, thank you. ありがとうございます。So yeah, thank you. どういたしまして、Ronan?
So yeah, that kind of basically confirmed what you and I were just talking about, Nemesis, how they're kind of engaging members of the Japanese Ultima Online play community, and that's great to hear.
Yeah, no, and I'm impressed.
Yeah, for sure. This is all part of a really exciting new chapter that we're seeing for Broadsword Online games for Ultima Online. I fully agree, Nemesis.
Not sure we can kind of touch on any of these, but there have been questions about are there anything else that is going to be kind of integrated into production that has been on New Legacy? I know we've kind of seen things kind of trickle down in the last event, and a lot of people have said that they really loved that. Is there any plans to kind of integrate that kind of stuff in, like more trickling down?
Yeah, I think we touched on this on a couple of the different streams that we've done, but pretty much, and I'll let Nick and Steven go into more detail on this, but basically we built everything with New Legacy with portability in mind where it made sense. Some things we can't port over to production easily and seamlessly, but other things we definitely can. Take, for example, the nuts and bolts of the Pumpkin Regatta. That was one of the systems that I worked on, and it was built with portability in mind. So There are definitely going to be some things that cross over. Nick already talked about some of those.
Just to touch upon what Greg was sharing about the pumpkin regatta, we had a little bit of a technical difficulty there, layers in, but the pumpkin regatta was a very short timed event on New Legacy. It was on the shard for about a week, so we, as player base, we didn't have all that much of a chance to take part in the pumpkin regatta, but it was very fun, and I am glad to hear that is something that they will be bringing over to production. And I certainly hope when they have these sort of I don't know what you call them, maybe unique seasonal events for New Legacy or production, that they last longer than a week, because I definitely could easily have seen myself engaging with the pumpkin regatta over the course of a month. It kind of just whizzed on by. So I wouldn't be surprised if a lot of players didn't even have a chance to experience the pumpkin regatta for themselves.
With regard to the various encounter types and things like that, but we have that option, and where it makes sense, we'll utilize it.
Okay. Lots of love coming in for Steven, by the way. You have a fan.
He loves
base.
Appreciate it.
Steven absolutely deserves a fan base.
Definitely. Let's see here. What else do we have? Going through we've gotten some people posting kind of everywhere right now. So we're just kind of trying to get through. So if you have submitted your question, I am seeing them. I swear to you, there's just a lot of questions that are coming in. So I'm trying to get through to all of those questions as we come down the line. So thank you very much for the follow again. Yeah, I just ask that your patience, we will get to your question as best we can. If it's a repeat, obviously we're not going to repeat the same questions over and over.
Let me go ahead and welcome the one, the only, the myth, the legend, the reality that is the most epic Lute Gaming, joining us for this conversation. Epic, thank you for being here.
Hey, I appreciate you having me. Here.
Gotcha. Have you been able to catch a little bit of this in the run up to you joining us for the conversation?
Yeah, I've been watching on and off from the beginning. I've just been tending to my dogs and doing adulting and such.
Gotcha. Okay. What are some of the highlights that you've heard that you might want to call attention to from your perspective so far?
Honestly, so far everything's been pretty calm and mellow. I was hoping we'd get some more talk about 120.
Okay.
I'm looking forward to doing some more of that. My stream with the devs is going to be on the production shards. We're not going to do a new legacy stream, so
okay.
I'm trying to suck up as much information as I can about the future of production, beyond the beautiful orchids, of course, which I do look forward to opening.
What do you think about the fact that we're going to have like major systems that were kind of introduced on New Legacy moving over to production end of the season? So one example of that, Kybronics mentioned that the player portraits, for example, were introduced in New Legacy. We obviously had a lot of fun with them, and it's the intention of the developers to move that system wholesale over to production and at the end of the first season of New Legacy.
There's been absolutely nothing from New Legacy that I wouldn't love to see on production. So whatever they want to bring over to ease the complexity of production, let's do it. Let's make it a little easier for everybody. I love it.
Got you. And did you catch a little bit of what Parallax is sharing about the multi-staged event that they're going to be launching and published too? It sounds really exciting. There's going to be a siege. There's going to be fighting. All kinds of madness happening around this event, apparently.
So I caught the end of the siege conversation, and that was about it.
Okay. Well, Parallax, he made the bold claim that Ultima Online players will haven't seen an event like this previous to what they're hoping to launch this summer. So that's a really bold claim for him to make. But I have a lot of confidence in Parallax. It seems like he's an incredibly talented content designer who's done great things for New Legacy and arguably production too. Because if you've been involved in the past two events on production, that's all of Parallax's hard work. So apparently there's something really fun and fresh in the way of the event that's coming this summer for production.
Well, I'm hyped for that. No, I totally missed that part. So that'll be sick. That'll be sick.
Great. Hopefully you can dig in a little deeper into the event for the summer when you have a chance to hang out with the developers over on your Good Twitch channel. And just a matter of, it's like going to be what when is the date for your conversation with the developers at this point?
It'll be Thursday, the 15th of May.
Rock and roll. I'll be sure to
Coming up soon.
Yeah, coming up soon. I'll be sure to blast that on my Discord too, and make sure we get the Layersons out to support you on your Twitch stream as much as
Awesome.
to the extent that I can do that. All right, back to the stream here.
Just kind of going through all the questions and making sure that these are questions we haven't already answered. So let's see.
At some point, didn't you look at the filtering options on the Drill Alert box, Stephen? It was we had to kind of re-engineer it, didn't we? Wasn't that where it ended up?
Yeah. Based on the first implementation of it, we would have to kind of change it. I think Nick made something else that was similar that had some filtering.
I don't know if you caught this, but apparently there's this rightfully so, there's a fan club around Bleak, aka Steven, the lead engineer for Ultima Online. Have you had any interactions with Bleak yourself as a content creator or Ultima Online community member, Epic?
I have not. No. The devs up until recently have always been in this like glass case. So this is kind of a nice opportunity for us all to break that case and get to play with them.
What do you think about this? This is actually a great topic. Nemesis and I were talking a little bit about this, but here is Broadsword Online Games, the Ultima Online developer team. They are having a public, roadmap roundtable. It's being broadcast over both YouTube and Twitch over their official platforms there. And they're doing the in-game for players, who've joined them on Test Center 1. Thoughts there from yourself about just this whole new chapter as far as how they're engaging in with the Ultima Online player community and communicating with their community here.
So I love it. They've done similar things like this. Usually we would meet in, I feel like Blackthorn's castle somewhere or something like that.
Yeah.
It wasn't as nice as the way they're doing it now, where they have Fenico, streaming it, putting it online. We have somebody talking and actually, vocalizing the questions, whereas before everything was just done in game. Yeah. So if you miss something, you miss something. Very rarely did it get put out like this. So this new version of what they are doing is phenomenal. I absolutely love it.
When I saw what they were doing previously, I was really frustrated with them. And I got a funny story to tell you here, Epic. So we were here for the past 30 minutes, and then we had of course we have members of the Ultima Online player community who are with us on Test Center 1 at the Barnacle Bar Tavern here. And one of them wrote in the in-game chat, we've been waiting here 20 minutes. When's the dev roundtable going to start? And so I think it was Fenico or one of the other developers explained to them that it's actually happening on YouTube, right? And they can submit questions in-game here on Test Center 1, but the developers are actually talking about the roadmap and answering questions across YouTube and Twitch. And, I wrote myself, I'm like, people, it's 2025. This was needed for Ultima Online several years ago. And so I'm glad to see them keeping one solid foot in the grand tradition of developer meet and greets, like we're seeing here in Test Center 1. But now, joining the rest of sort of like the online gaming space over Twitch and YouTube in a live stream. So this is really great to see, in my opinion.
A very modern feel, and I look forward to more of it.
Yeah, absolutely.
But I think to the level that the players actually want it to be filtered, I think there would need to be a substantial reworking of it. So.
Okay.
Yeah, and that's generally just so our listeners can kind of get a look. It's not a case of we're ignoring these requests. I don't want people to think that we, hear these and it's like, oh, they're just ignoring us all the time. We have limited resources, and we have a plan in mind that is going to work best for the health of the game in the long run. And for something like that, it would require a fair amount of engineering resources that currently are devoted to another project that we've talked about. Stephen can go into more detail on that, but those engineering resources are very precious, and we have to be really careful about where we assign them so that we can get the best return for that time. So that being said, Stephen, what have you been working on for the past couple of weeks and months?
So basically, I think we laid out a plan since we launched New Legacy, and the players, we got a lot of feedback from them, and we have gone down the road of upgrading the classic client here to have a smoother gameplay in terms of trying to achieve that 60 frames per second. So that's the first thing that's on our list here, along with some additional server upgrades that are continuing to go on in the background. So I'm steadily making progress here, and I think the last post update we gave is that we're trying to allow them preview sometime this summer. So,
All right, I'm going to pause it right there because that's something really interesting that Leek just shared with us about what he's been working on as an engineer. So did I understand that right? That sort of what he's trying to do principally for the classic client, he's trying to improve resolution scaling and frame rates for the classic client. Was there anything else that might have been there that I may have missed as far as improvements to the classic client?
That's what I heard. Yeah, that sounds like it's the main goal, which that's always been the complaint about the classic client is, the choppy features and the small frames or the small window of gameplay.
Yeah, the small window has always been a very tough point, and I know with the new, like even having access with the classic, web client, right? I love the ability that you can use the full screen. It's huge, but I've always liked the feel also of the classic client and mechanisms of it too, because I played with it for so long. It's just kind of it depends, right? What you're used to or what you like, but anything that's going to improve those clients is big, since there's been so many different projects over the years or different clients. It's nice to kind of focus on kind of the original classic client a lot of players have stuck with for a very long time.
Yeah, and let me just say, I'm so happy that you both are here, Nemesis and Epic Lute, and Epic. Nemesis has been really a joy to get to know over the last several weeks since he joined this player community on New Legacy, which we're all part of, and so I'm glad that we're having a chance to hang out together. And Nemesis, you're making really great contributions here. Is that enough for the classic client? Because when I heard what they were intending with the classic client, I thought I really couldn't step back from the quality of life features that are provided by the web client, just for a better resolution and frame rate on the classic client. Like I don't want to have to rely on the limitations of the classic client and whatever is available on UO Assist. To me, it's not enough to play the game comfortably with the Lute agent on the web client, and just the variety of features that come with the web client that are missing still from the classic client and arguably the enhanced client too.
No, I think you just said a big one with the looting functionality has always been, at least with the original client, right? Like in comparison to modern day, that's a big piece that if they can get something comparable there that helps with that, it would be a big quality of life feature, right? But yeah. I'll also say the classic. Yeah, I don't blame you. That was actually between the window size and also the quality of life features that they have for that client. Like it's great, but also like I think I mentioned you in the beginning days. Obviously, it's still a work in progress there too, because I was having difficulty with the questing system. But I defaulted and went right back into using kind of what I know. And I've done it for so long, and I know a lot of players have, so it may be second nature to them. But for introducing new players to this game, especially like new legacy and everything involved with it, that's a big component. Make it as easy as possible. People don't want to have difficulty with the mechanics of playing the game, right? So,
Yeah. What about you, Epic? Thoughts there?
I don't know if I'll be able to step away from the web client.
Yeah.
It's that, like you said, they're going to have to provide some pretty big quality of life updates. I don't know. The web client has been such an advancement in the way I play Ultima Online that it's going to take a big effort and a big change in the classic client to get me to swap back over to it. I don't see right now the benefit in developing one of each, but either way, it is what it is, and I'm excited to at least try it out and hope for the best with it.
Yeah. I was thinking back to my own experience on New Legacy as arguably a fairly new player to Ultima Online, and I went through that entire journey. Like, I began on Classic Client because I wanted to, kind of experience what the game felt like using the client for 1997. I eventually hit limitations with it, and I was started to search for solutions for myself. Went to the enhanced client. I couldn't get the vacuum agent to work for me. It would occasionally break, and again, it would just make looting such a chore and a pain and a frustration point. And I thought, well, why don't I just try the approved web client? And it just, as you said, Epic, it just smoothens out so many of the rough edges when it comes to playing Ultima Online, that if they didn't have like auto open doors, the customizable loot agent featured in the classic client, I don't think I could go back without those two things. What are some of the biggest things that you like about the web client that you hang on to, that now you hang on to?
So the first thing I do is when I make a new profile or whatever is I crank the FPS up to max.
Right.
I make the game window the size of my whole computer screen. I make the game more immersive for myself rather than this little window of gameplay with the sky bouncing around. I'm now in this mode where I feel like the game is there in my face, and it's everything I've asked for. So between that and the map, man, it's a problem. Okay, we're gonna say the square map with zoomable option, the ability to up the FPS and the full frames and the zooming on the mouse wheel for the game itself. All of that. I need all of that.
I hear you. Curious here I don't know if you guys are here in Minot on the test center, Epic, but there's a couple of cool little things on the table here. I see this docking cube with a far speaker and an amplification model. Are these things that have a trans ethereal antenna? I think this is their broadcasting device that the developers have engineered for the Ultima Online player community. Have you seen this stuff before, or is this unique to this event here?
They used to use little voice comms. There's these little things in game that if you put one by somebody who's talking and then put one kind of like out of range of where people would normally be able to see their text, it would expand that range. And that used to be what we had, were just these little flashy things on the floor. So I'm assuming this is maybe a new skin for that same device to help make sure everybody around them can see the text.
Yeah, I am really tickled that they have sort of like an in-game representation of how they're broadcasting out across the realms. That's quite cute for them to put the effort into it. All right. John says old school comm crystals. There you go. All right. Yep. So we're going to go ahead and head back into the stream here.
Very cool. Very exciting, honestly.
Yeah, and I think that's also the gateway to all the other features that folks have been asking us about too. Without getting too far down the rabbit hole, this was the first step in any kind of meaningful change for the classic client, which we know players are asking for, and we want to deliver on that. So this is going to be a huge win for us, and we're excited to see it to come to life. And Fortunately, we have the world's greatest engineer in Steven. He is a Renaissance man of the digital world, can do anything and everything, and he looking for.
Well done.
High praise for Steven there. But actually, to what we were just talking about, Epic and Nemesis, that's really good to hear. That's just a first step as far as what they intend to do with the Classic client. And I'm willing to give Broadsword and Steven and the team time to modernize the Classic client and sort of bring it up to speed with the capabilities of the web client. So that's really good to hear that that's not all it's going to be. They plan to start to take further steps with modernizing the Classic client for players.
Okay. Is there any plans to add having the ability to use puff powders on things like rings, necklaces, clothing, anything like that in the future?
Everybody want that powder. They want to keep that stuff forever.
Mm-hmm. It's nice when you get something nice, you kind of want to keep it,
I know.
So what are they talking about here, Nemesis?
So, a powder fortification, basically on production, if you have equipment, it allows you to increase the durability. I think it's like a max cap of 255, right? So, and I think what they're talking about is on jewelry like rings and bracelets, you can't. And I think why people are asking for it is at one point in time, they had some incredibly overpowered jewels that came out where it's overcapped to what I think on the shard now is you could have like 8 mods on it that could be at a certain intensity. Some people had like jewels that had like 10 or 12 mods, for example. They're very, very overpowered. So I imagine, like she said, people want to keep that stuff forever, but eventually it will probably break.
Gotcha.
Sounds like a good designer question. What do you think there? That one right over to you, bud.
I got you. I would say that falls in the greater category discussion of updating crafting. Honestly, we don't want everything to necessarily live forever. Powdering a clean item basically leaves you a permanent item. So we'd have to weigh the pros and cons about being able to powder jewelry and cloth items that currently can't take powder, but it would be a bigger discussion in the scope of like updating parts of crafting.
Hey, you're right on the money, Nemesis. Patrick, are you a purple gargoyle here in the barnacle?
I am.
I gotcha. I got your paper doll. Are you here too, Nemesis, or can I grab your character?
I'm noobed out. I'm here.
What's your character name?
It is Nemesis.
Nemesis. Oh, I gotcha. Cool.
Yep. I'm standing up.
I'm gonna put you right next to Chironix here. We got Epic on top. That's the elder of the content creator community. Not the elder, the senior. That that's probably a better way of referring to it. All right, back to the stream.
Words hurt, but I'll accept it.
All right.
I'll also going back to the client discussion real quick because I've seen it pop in the chat a couple times and it's been on the forums and people continue to ask about it and what our stance is going to be on botting, scripting, banning people for third-party clients and things like that. As I've said on other streams and in other interviews, we're not going to talk publicly about any actions that we may or may not be taking, planning on taking, or otherwise strategizing. Other than to say that we hear you, we understand the frustrations, but just like the Secret Service, we don't comment on procedure because we don't want that information public. But just know that you are being heard, and I'll leave it at that.
Is that sufficient for you, Epic? Because we've seen a lot of the usual suspects on the forums making a lot of noise about the supposed inaction from the developers regarding people who might not be playing the game according to the terms of service. You too, Nemesis, for that matter. I'll toss it to Epic first here.
Sure.
You know, I've never actually had a problem with the modders or the multi-boxers or any of those folks. I don't PvP, so it doesn't affect me negatively, and I don't do in real life money trades, so I don't have, I'm not out selling stuff and having competition. I feel like in this day and age of Ultima Online, that's all that the botters are doing. They're either making money or they're PvPing. And for me, not having firsthand experience with them, it just doesn't bother me. So I've always remained kind of neutral in this whole thing. So yeah, I'm gonna remain neutral. I'm not a botter myself. I don't use any third-party programs, but I just don't know. I don't know how I personally feel about them.
Gotcha. Over to you, Nemesis.
Yeah, I mean, this is a tough one, and I've seen a lot of it over a long period of time. I think the biggest one, and there's some pretty interesting stories if you do some research on the things they have done more with duping. As long as they can nix duping in any sort or any reality to prevent that from happening, that's a big one. Because there's been a lot of instances where it creates a huge imbalance of people doing some yet again, it's usually monetary, right? It's usually why people are doing it. PvP wise, I agree. If you're really into it and hardcore into it, people kind of do their thing, and it's kind of, do I wish it was that way? No, I wish it was level playing field for everyone. I think that would be the ideal, right? And then same with the multi-botters and all those other things. I mean, I think it's a hard toss-up because there are people, I would say myself included, I can use 2 clients, no problem if I want to, but a lot of people do multi-box, and a lot of them do it for, their own incentives. We'll put it that way.
I'll throw in here. So when it comes to addressing issues with advantaging players beyond what the clients offer, the approved clients in PvP, I think that's destructive. I think that keeps a lot of people away from wanting to engage with a system that was iconically associated with Ultima Online from its infancy. I feel comfortable engaging with some of the PvP systems on New Legacy because we don't have the that component of the community by and large on New Legacy. I feel like I'm playing on a fairly even playing field against other players, whether it's Dungeon Outposts or in the champion spawns. But that would keep me away from wanting to engage in champion spawns in production. Multi-boxing, I think, is perfectly fair. As you said, Nemesis, there are people who have multiple accounts. And as long as you, as a human player, are actually operating those accounts, that shouldn't be against the terms of service. That's just up to your skill as a player or your desire to maintain multiple accounts, pay for multiple accounts, or you could even be using an Endless Journey account along with a subscribed account. That doesn't necessarily need to be a paid account, as long as there's a human behind it running those characters. What I definitely think that the developers should definitely address is the automated botting. I think that is so incredibly destructive for a game like this. This is a vastly multiplayer online game, and if you take away the human element to it, then what are you playing, right? So I think that that's definitely something that should be high up on their list of priorities when it comes to addressing parts of the community that might be playing this game in a way that breaks terms of service. And I'm glad that, that they clearly are committed to addressing these issues, but as, we heard from Chironics, they aren't going to spell out exactly what they're doing to target these issues because they don't want to telegraph their plans to people who are taking advantage of the game at the moment.
Well said. Well said. Oh, somebody asking if you were quoting the West Wing.
Yes, I was quoting the West Wing. And if anybody can tell me the character that says that.
Ron Butterfield?
Yeah, that's right.
Harbottle already jumped in on that one. They had you.
Yep, somebody out there is a fellow wing nut.
There you go. Ronan asked, "You're not the CIA?"
Oh. No.
All right. Let's see. We've got some questions again on if there will be any crafting changes or anything? Is there anything in the works about that, or just kind of?
That's a big question. I think that in the past when we've looked at this, it's like, well, what exactly do you mean by crafting changes?
Mm-hmm.
Because you have to kind of drill down on what that's going to look like. As everybody's aware over the years, I mean, nearly 30 years at this point, crafting has gone through many, many iterations with lots of different systems and lots of different opportunities to play that crafting loop. And at this point, I think I would best describe it as like a large ball of intertwined string. And once we start pulling on one thread, and it's kind of like, all right, well, now we're in the ball and we've got to keep going. So if there's specifics that, we'd love to have that discussion on the forums, and see like really for those people who are into crafting, because then it folds into the whole broader gear loop and all these other interconnected design decisions that have to be made. I always look at it from the perspective of like, how much are people willing to tolerate us hitting the reset button? And to contextualize that, it kind of goes back to Age of Shadows for anybody that was playing during that time. I had come back to playing UO for Age of Shadows, which I think would have been circa 2003. And I took a break from in the 2002 to 2003 period. And I came back for Age of Shadows. And when I came back, the house that I had, which was filled with all this elite gear, had essentially been made worthless. And it is one of the most disappointing moments of my adolescence. So I certainly don't want to go down that road, but at the time, that was a necessary change to move the crafting and gear loop forward.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know that we're in that position today to do that much of a drastic change, but, like I said, have a discussion amongst the community and we can go from there.
No, absolutely.
Are there real pain points with crafting as it's currently implemented in production, or things that you feel like are missing or should be there, Nemesis?
There's just been so much evolution with the systems over time. I'll be honest with you, and this is even before the modern system. You need like spreadsheets to keep everything straight for when you're building suits for your characters. So, and you know what's interesting? They introduced, I think, on like mannequins on production where you could drop your suit there and it tells you all the specs now. But it's understanding it, knowing how it all works. And to be honest with you, there's some mechanics that I still don't even know, and I've been playing this game forever, so that tells you something, right? So, but yeah, it's definitely something where you need to have the knowledge to really know what it is that you're trying to build, so you can get some good output for your suits or whatever you're trying to craft.
Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, I know that, like, I certainly can share that as a new player, I just had no idea what in the world I was looking at when, armor and weapons and were dropping from the various mobs that I was defeating. So it is pretty, it's a deep system that takes a minute for a new player to get their mind around. Epic thoughts there, regarding that question, because crafting obviously is a big part of Ultima Online, which is why I thought we could pause it there and get some insight from elders, veteran players like yourself and Nemesis here.
Well, baby, you ain't seen nothing yet. Wait till you get on production and start messing with all the junk on there. New Legacy is
it's easy.
Is so nice and simplified. I love it.
I agree.
So what I feel New Legacy has going on right now kind of harkens back to the days of pre-Age of Shadows gear and stuff. Like, I just kind of like how it's a little easier to understand. You don't have a million freaking options for every slot, which is great. One thing I can say though is I also survived the Age of Shadows, and that reset was hell.
It was so interesting hearing that. Go ahead, Nemesis.
No, I was gonna say I concur. When he said it's like, yes, if you lived and played through it, you remember.
Yeah, and I think that's why the developers are so reticent to port over items with stats from New Legacy over to production, for that reason, to avoid that scenario where suddenly, capstone weapons and armor might be invalidated by items coming over from New Legacy for production players, which is a good reason to be very cautious about that. Yeah, because I could definitely put myself in Chironix's adolescent shoes and, be really, disappointed to find out that all these great items that he'd spent that time collecting were suddenly, not worth very much with the advent of the new approach to items with Age of Shadows. All right, let's head back in. And by the way, once again, I just want to express my gratitude to both you at Epic and you, Nemesis, for being here for this conversation, because, man, this would have been hard for me to do on my own.
Absolutely. It kind of segues into kind of another question I have. When you're charting the course for something like Ultima Online, how do you balance the player expectations with internal goals?
That is a really good question. I think that one of the biggest kind of nomers out there is that somehow we don't play the game, or that we don't listen, or that we don't care, or anything like that. And I can say that everybody on the team is just about as invested and passionate about this project as you can get. Even for our newer team members, they have shown such a degree of enthusiasm and absolute love for this product that, is really endearing. So, we always want to deliver to our players the absolute best experience that we can. We want to deliver an experience that entices new people to come and try the game. We want to deliver an experience that entices people who have since stopped playing the game to come back. Those are always going to be our broadest goals. And we also want to make sure that we're delivering on the stuff that our current players like. The stuff that we implement and each publish is done because that's what we see is the most popular. I get that sometimes it may not be the thing everybody likes, but we kind of have to take a 30,000 foot view and see where, the best opportunities for us to deliver on as many goals as possible. So I kind of equate it to a constant act of spinning plates, and we kind of spin the plates as best we can. And fortunately for us, it's worked out, because despite reports to the contrary, we are still very much alive and well and strong, and the community is incredible and just as excited as ever for all things that come to Britannia.
So, one of the controversies that I see emerging on the official forums is this tension that I'm seeing from production players looking at what's happening in New Legacy and having some umbrage towards the developers about splitting development resources or development attention between production shards and New Legacy. And, it kind of goes back to what Chironix is sharing about, some of their broader goals that they have as a team in terms of servicing trying to find a way to entice new players to Ultima Online in a way that makes them stick, to offer something new for returning players that isn't overwhelming, considering where production is now, and of course something for the current regular players. And it does seem like the thing that I'm seeing from the official forums, I'm sure you've seen this too, Epic, since you pay attention to conversations there yourself and sometimes feature the forums on your streams, is this idea that it's production players do not want to have to wait between publishes. They don't want to go from publish for production, 3 months go by, publish for New Legacy, etc., etc. They want publishes for both experiences to happen concurrently. At least that's some of what I've heard. I'm curious as to your thoughts there. Your thoughts on that part of the conversation.
Yeah, so I find it interesting. I feel like a lot of the stuff that's being said like that is said out of spite. People are very bitter about New Legacy and stuff, but I feel the way that they do things right now, where they test some stuff out on New Legacy, and then they give us some stuff, and the new legacy, and then they give us some stuff. I don't think there's any problem with that. And I think the players need to kind of just relax and let them get their flow going so that they can just be taking care of us like normal game devs, and they're not being hounded to do this and do that. Like, let them find their balance and their flow, and they're going to take care of us just fine. Like, they've shown it already, in my opinion.
Mhm. Nemesis?
I completely agree. Honestly, what they're doing to help bring this game up to speed and modernize it has been huge, and I'm seeing a lot as a player, and then seeing just the potential of what's there. But honestly, one of the biggest challenges that they have had forever is how do we get new players onboarded into the experience? And if you've ever played just production, it's damn near impossible. So how do you bring new life into the game? How do you sustain the game? Because again, a lot of us who have played this game forever, like myself, we're gonna stick with it. I'll stick with it for as long as it's available. But where we're gonna find new people to come in that want to enjoy this experience. But I will say they've done a fantastic job with New Legacy. It's funny even talking with my wife about it, who has seen it and knows it's like I wouldn't play it as a sandbox game, but seeing and how I've even been talking about how they're bringing content and onboarding into New Legacy, it's like she may actually play. I'm like, that's a win. That's a huge win, right?
It's great. Yeah, awesome for Leia to join the adventure.
Exactly.
For those of you who well, you probably wouldn't know, but Nemesis' good wife has a gaming background herself and has been an avid World of Warcraft player for many years. So I'm heartened to hear that she's becoming a little curious about this game that's been a big part of your life, Nemesis, and might join you for that. I'm still working on Maleficent myself.
Yeah, exactly. It's a process. It's a process.
For me, I think that there are a couple of things. One, we have to be realistic about what the Ultima Online development team can do. They're a very small team at this point, as you've heard many times from Chironics. They're probably a little smaller than the team that actually initially made this game back in the mid 90s, right? So they don't have scores of developers to throw at content creation, etc. to really well, I mean, even if they did, like, you take a look at huge MMOs like World of Warcraft and others, and it takes time to develop content, right? Regardless of the size of your team. So there's that. And then secondly, I think what they got going is really very friendly to casual Ultima Online players. Many of us who play Ultima Online are leading busy family lives, busy professional lives. The median age, I think, for most Ultima Online players at this point is, gamers in their 40s and 50s. So kind of we're well past, those halcyon high school and college days where we could really spend a lot of time playing our favorite games, right? And so for them to have for example, Publish 2 was launched maybe 4 or 5 weeks ago. I forget exactly when it dropped. Recently, sometime in April. And it's going to wrap up sometime towards the end of summer. That's a fairly long time, right? If you're playing this game every day for 12 hours a day. But if you're like me and you only have a handful of hours each week to jump into Ultima Online the evenings after work, that's great, because by the time the next publish rolls around, I probably would have ticked off a lot of my objectives, the achievements that I want to chase as a player by the time they launch Publish 3 in the Shattering event for New Legacy. And I would argue it's probably the same for production, right? When they launch an event, you're going to have ample time as a regular casual player having a busy life to engage with that event and hopefully get the most out of it. So for that reason, I really do not mind them toggling between publishes, between production and New Legacy.
I think Greg summed it up nicely.
Okay.
Yeah, ask them some questions. I need water.
Okay. Everybody was being so quiet, so. All right, Nick, since you spoke up, I'm gonna put you on the spot. You design and implement content. How does owning the full process shape how you work?
I would say it lets me be more creative with what I'm doing. If I'm responsible for the bulk of the content from start to finish, I can shape it as it goes. I can tweak it as I'm doing it. Versus if multiple people are handling multiple parts, you're going to have to wait for that part to be done and slot it into what you're doing and see how it works together. But if you're the one responsible for everything, you shape it as it goes, balance it as it goes, tweak it as it goes. I think it, at least from my perspective, it works pretty well. I love making the content like that and just going with it. Usually start out bare bones system, bare bones event, and then fill it in as it goes, like what needs to be tweaked here, what needs to be tweaked there, what will make this more engaging. This part's a little dull, but yeah, being able to own it from start to finish, it's great for the creative process, I think. And not to say that the rest of the team doesn't help, because we definitely have design review and feedback and play tests and stuff like that to get everyone's input on the team. But yeah, being able to create it from start to finish, lots of creative freedom.
Okay. Somebody had a follow-up question for you. They wanted to know your favorite game outside of UO.
And that's a tough one because it probably rotates month to month, year to year. I would say right now the game I've been playing most outside of UO is World of Warships, just because it's easy, hop into, blow up some stuff game that's quick, fun, and exciting. But I've dabbled with everything from fire MMOs, you name it. I probably played it at some point in the past, to MOBAs, to RTS, to text-based games, all kinds of stuff like that. So
Very cool. Very cool. Lots of strategy games.
yeah, for sure, strategy RPG games would be some of my favorite, as well as sci-fi fantasy. I mean, that whole type of genre is great.
It's so interesting. I had no inkling of Parallax prior to that really gracious opportunity to connect with Chironics to talk about their work on New Legacy. And when I tried to look up information on Parallax, the only thing that I could find was an update in a newsletter many years ago about them introducing Parallax to the team as their next content designer. So I'm just, again, this is sort of just me musing, but how helpful is it for us to have like a deeper understanding of the actual development team as they're trying to do, obviously, this year, and sort of, pushing team members forward and giving us as a chance, as a player community, to understand the people behind some of these handles. We could start with you, Nemesis.
I mean, I think it's helpful, I guess, understanding the team and who's working on it's always huge, because again, just knowing who you're working with on a game is great, and interacting with them, right? Because some are more interactive with others. I know in instances, at one point in time, some non-official forums would see, developers come in and people would interact with them and give them feedback, and knowing that they were responsible for X, Y, or Z was really helpful in that. But I mean, beyond that, I think it's the roadmap is really the biggest thing. Knowing what's coming and what the vision is, I think, is probably even more important from my perspective. I want to know where they're trying to take this. And I know, obviously, it's a team effort, and how they want to manage or make that happen is obviously they're the best equipped to figure that one out. Me as a player, I want to know where they're going and enjoy that ride with them. How about that?
Fair enough, Nemesis. Over to you, Epic.
Yeah, I absolutely love having access to this level of, let's see, what word do I want to use? Like, we'll call it dev accessibility. It's nice. It's almost like I would like to collect their trading cards if I could. I don't know how to put it, I was just looking back on my Ultima Online 15th anniversary poster from 2012, where I have a bunch of signatures, and there's not a lot of the original team left. So I was trying to figure out who was here, who wasn't. So I'm hoping they need to release some more swag with some more signatures on it, because I need to update my collection.
That's awesome. Have you been to any of those meet and greets in person in the past, Epic?
God, no. This 15th anniversary poster was donated to me by a very, 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 very good friend of mine, KS Fix It Man. And I also have, let's see, It's something from one of the Origin Texas meets where a bunch of not devs, but I feel like community managers or EMs or something signed this other poster I have.
Got you. Well, if there's another meet and greet in the years ahead, I think we all should try to make it out there and hang out and, bond as a player community, because now we know that they are rare and few and far between and should be treated as these really special events. So I'll definitely make the effort to head out there. And if you're there, Epic, up first beers on me, along with the 7.
I'm down.
No worries, Nemesis. Again, this is really a casual thing. If any of you need to leave at any point, feel free to let me know, and I can ramble into the either, with the best of them. But let's head back to the stream in the meantime while we still have you here, Nemesis.
Very cool. Very cool. All right, Steven, you're being too quiet here. Are there areas of the engine that only a few people really understand today?
By people, you mean us? Basically, the designers kind of stick to the scripting for the most part. They modify some client code when they're updating buff icons and things like that. But for the most part, they kind of stick to their area, and I handle all the engineering side. So yeah, there's a lot of areas in which I am the sole owner of. So
yes,
but I am willing to share if they get interested in it. So, but for the most part, I handle everything on the engineering side.
Okay.
And that's why we love Steven so much. Fortunately for Steven too, we do have an incredible company behind us at Broadsword. There's an entire platform team that can help us with some of the more broad-reaching kind of engineering tasks. But when it comes to all things UO, Steven is the guy.
Definitely, Steven's the man.
He also code reviews all of our submissions and make sure we don't do things like spawn too many birds in Eodon.
That sounds like a story.
Plus his ability to fix an entire situation by finding one period out of place 900 pages in 5 minutes is pretty impressive.
It's a great. Tell them about the water elementals. Yeah.
Oh. During Time of Legends development, there was a lot of very late nights on Time of Legends, and we had a very small window to complete the entirety of the build-up encounters for the up to the roof, like in the tower there. So I think there were 4 altogether. Everything's a blur at this point, but the one that I spent the most time on was the Fountain Road. And the idea was based on one of those old school games where you were like a plumber and you had to connect the flowing water. And that's kind of where it started from. And then I added some UO flair where if things went sideways, then it would spawn a bunch of water elementals. And the idea is if you didn't path the water correctly, then enough water elementals would spawn and you would die. And when you died, you got kicked out of the encounter and it would reset. Well, problem is that there might have been just one too many water elementals, and I think what ended up happening was crashing the server or jamming up the spawn manager so that nothing else was spawning in the entire world, and things went really sideways. And when we pulled it up and we looked at it, Steven was like, "What is going on in here?"
Oh no. Steven,
we quickly resolve it though. So
Yeah, we did fix it.
yeah,
quickly resolve it.
Steven might hate me for this, but that's actually one of my favorite things to do in Shadowguard is the fountain room. I'm sorry, Steven. It's my favorite. I love doing that one. So now I know who to thank for putting that room in there. All right. So we've got a couple more questions that have come in. Are there any plans to delve back into world building in the future, especially for New Legacy?
It depends what we're world building. World building in UO is very labor intensive because every single piece of terrain and every single piece of static art, every tree, every foliage cover, every plant, every circle of mushrooms, every sprinkling of daisies, et cetera, has to be made by hand. So it definitely, like I said, is labor intensive. I think I talked about it on one of the interviews we did with the Valley of Eodon. Took, probably 3 months to build. And it was probably why my carpal tunnel is as bad as it is today, but it's a lot of fun to do it. So where we can slot it in and it makes sense, we're happy to do some more world building. But for us to being able to reuse various things also is important for us. So that's why you've seen more kind of dynamic things like built out of not necessarily world built assets, but more dynamic assets. Although that creates its own set of circumstances that we have to be aware of, because that can also create performance hiccups. And despite my requests to the contrary, the answer to all performance issues isn't just add more blades.
I'm going to pause it right there because that was really interesting to hear. First of all, I'm going to shout out one of our community members here at the Wyvern's Lair, Cinderella, who's been very helpfully posting some pictures of the event over in our guild text channel on Discord. Thank you, Cinderella. I pulled up your paper doll here for posterity as part of this event. But there was two really interesting things which Chironics spoke about there. First, the how labor intensive it is to actually build content for Ultima Online. He mentioned one of those interviews that was actually over here at the Wyvern's Lair, where he spoke about his memories working on Eodon many moons ago and how long that took him. That's one. And then the second component to that is this idea of relying on more dynamic content. When it comes to the dynamic content, is he referring to like treasure hunting? I could be missing the mark here as a new player, but I'm curious as to what he could be referring to. Let's start with Nemesis, since Nemesis may need to lead shortly.
Yeah, I'll probably have to head off after this, but no, I'm not entirely sure, but what I may think of is, again, they have all these assets, and I'll take it more from like the New Legacy component. Obviously, they have all of this landmass and world that they could use at any point in time, and what they ended up doing is utilizing it but reconfiguring it, right? So, things that were familiar to me on production versus going to New Legacy, those nuances made it feel like a new game. So I think that element was really cool because I'm like, oh, this isn't how I remember the map to be. This isn't where I go. So it was fun to kind of relearn how they use that. So I think there's that element. But from a dynamic standpoint, I'm wondering if they're talking about, is it kind of like the encounters or things of that nature that they're using to help build out different content? But I'm not entirely sure.
Nemesis, I'm so grateful that you made it to this conversation. You've really added a lot to this live reaction. Well, kind of live reaction to the developer roundtable. I guess on that point, because I'm a relatively new player to Ultima Online, I didn't realize how you experienced New Legacy as a veteran player, right? So they actually, as you said, they redid some of the map, they changed things, so it wasn't sort of the old map of Britannia that many players were familiar with. There was some unique features to it. For the second season, what would you want to see? Would you want to see this same map? Would you want to see perhaps a different map with other land masses now incorporated into the second season? Or would you want to see at least some entirely unique area of the world built specifically for New Legacy? What would sort of be most enticing for you to return back to for a second season of New Legacy amongst those three different options?
You know what? I think it's knowing, as they've said before, what they already have on their plate and all the assets they already have. I wouldn't spend my time using that to build something new when you have so much already there. I think where it lies with me is where they make content meaningful and a reason that you're going to this area or a reason why you're doing these things. And it makes it nice versus where in production, there's so much land that no one ever sees or no one ever goes to, right? So I think it's a balance of all of those things, but it really, for me, it's not as much as the new worlds. It's where am I going and what am I doing there when I get there?
Well said. Well said. Nemesis, a UO, an Ultima Online legend. Thank you for joining us this evening for the conversation. I don't want to keep you longer than you can stay, but you've really been a gift to this discussion. So thank you.
Thank you all for having me. You all enjoy and take care, and I'll talk to you soon.
Sounds good, Nemesis. Over to you, Patrick, on that two-parter.
So I'm assuming, and I'm gonna take the two-parter and just kind of put it into a one-part answer.
Sure.
I'm assuming what they were referring to was going to be using the world that we are used to and changing the dynamics of it, changing the way things are put together. My mind went to Britannia and ruins, or have them having the ability to do some big controversial, big world changing events here.
Yeah.
Which I would rather see that than new worlds added or more world added. I would like to see them take the existing world and maybe just kind of tweak certain towns or do certain things. I like what they're doing. I will say it's a little my brain sometimes forgets that I'm on New Legacy. So I'm like, oh, where's this thing? Oh yeah, I'm here. But besides that, I would like to see the current world just somehow drastically altered, something cool like that.
Well said. Yeah, I think that would also be definitely a really exciting take on the second season or future seasons for sure.
Is there plans on adding any fell events in the future? I know we have a lot of fell people who love fell.
Any specific type of fell event or just stuff in Feluca in general?
They just said just fell events. Any events in fell?
Gotcha. It's definitely on, I would say, the broader roadmap. We've kind of looked at what we can do to incentivize and revitalize PvP. But it's something that we're not just gonna throw a bunch of just nonsense at and see what happens. It'll kind of be in the context of how we did Vice and Virtue, where we started with some general ideas and then kind of went back and forth with the community, see what people are looking for and kind of go from there. There's probably some opportunities for us to do some PvP stuff with arenas and things like that we've done in the past, if there's interest for it, because at the end of the day, that's really what drives it. It's what are people interested in?
Mm-hmm.
Just from my experience over the years, it seems like nothing really beats old school U-Gate PvP. Despite all the systems we've done, all the different, even back to the faction days and stuff like that, people still just love hardcore U-Gate PvP. So, let's lean into that and see where we can go with it.
Yeah. I've had people try to teach me how to PvP and I fail miserably, so I'm still learning. All right. Let's have Michael answer a question. So QA on UO sounds like both a science and an adventure. How do you approach testing something this sprawling?
It is an adventure, definitely. It all depends on what is being tested, whether it's something as quote unquote simple as art, which is just a matter of, does it look the way it should? Does it not show up as a pink blot. But then you also have the question on, is it actually what is intended? So if someone were to say, I'm going to make a cup, well, there's all sorts of different types of cups. There's mugs, there's all sorts of different cups. So it's a matter of figuring out, is it not only pretty and what we want it to be, but is it what's expected? Let me see. The fact that so many people have had their hands on the code over the many years, and so many things are interlaced, it does it. I don't want to say it's problematic, but sometimes you'll run into a case of somebody will submit, let's say, an encounter or whatever, and that encounter will break something that is not related to that encounter whatsoever. So somebody will create a battle between you and one mob, and during that battle, all, say, tailoring stops to work on the server because someone 15 years ago put in some code that linked the AI that they're using to something else, and it is an adventure, definitely.
I'm just gonna say, Epic. I absolutely have no clue how any one person could QA a game as large as Ultima Online. I don't envy this developer's job at all.
He's destroying it, though. He's just. Oh wait, let me reword. He's not. He's killing it. He like, I am so impressed with Greg and everything he's done, and just the way he's brought the community, his dev community into it. Like, this has been by far the best era of Ultima Online in the last 2 decades, probably.
Fair enough. I agree. It's exciting. It's exciting times to be playing Ultima Online right now.
I think we all see it as like an adventure, but you do a lot of work for UO. You really do, and we definitely appreciate all the work that you do for UO and doing QA. And I know people have been asking about, QA stuff, and let me tell you, Michael works round the clock on QA practically. So let me tell you, amazing. Thank you so much for everything you do.
My pleasure. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. All right. Since our artists have been so quiet, I'm going to ask some questions to our artists because we need to show them lots of love too because they're amazing. Jim, your favorite asset or creature you've made recently?
Well, can we talk about Hey, Greg, can we talk about the new ones?
Sure.
Corrupted Tree.
Yeah, the corrupted tree is, again, nightmare fuel.
I'm just going to add that I love the fact that Greg is allowing his team to jump ahead and preview content that we players haven't experienced yet. That's a real credit to him and trusting both his team and us as a player community. Epic.
Oh yeah, I absolutely love it. Like, it's cool to hear them ask, and he's just like, yeah, go for it. And they off, man, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Definitely. It's
Spider legs on early sell it.
yeah.
Honestly, yeah.
That is the adventure. You're with all of Jim's spider-related crap.
Look, when something skitters, it's scary.
That's true.
No,
Um,
that thing is terrible.
Poison Ivy.
Yeah, that's my favorite one lately.
Yeah, that definitely is. I do like it. It's creepy, but it's awesome. Poison Ivy wants more dinos. Look, I hear you, Poison Ivy. I do. I likes the dinosaurs too. All right, Billy. Do you bring any personal style into your UO work, or do you adapt to the classic aesthetic?
Oh, that's a great question. I would say that fortunately, I mean, maybe this isn't so much personal style, but the last game I did work on was Simpsons Tapped Out, which was like also a top view down game. And I think my experience in working in that isometric view helped a lot in translating to that. I forgot the specific geometric term, but technically UO is not isometric. It's different. But just like that little like crisscrossy style. It was very, very helpful. But I will say, one of the funner parts of my job is definitely trying to like, what's the word? Like backwards engineer how how the UO style works exactly when I look at them, because usually what happens is, you know, someone like will be like, "Hey, Billy, we need to make something for the game." Like for example, the orchids I talked about earlier, and I'll be like, "Okay, cool." And then the first thing I do is like I'll look at other assets in the game already that are kind of in the same category, so for the orchids, I looked at like other little flowers and things like that. And then like UL is interesting because it is such a game with like such a long history. There are definitely elements of the art style that reflect that like original old school style, but now we have the tools to have like higher fidelity. And I think modern audiences, even if they do like enjoy retro looking games, it's not really like you actually necessarily enjoy how those games literally looked like in the past. It's like we have to kind of adapt that past style in a way that still looks good for the modern audience without them really noticing that it's actually different. I don't know. Did I make any sense?
It made sense. It made sense.
Okay. Yeah, that was a really interesting answer there, Epic. Any thoughts there from yourself? Because I do think that, with a game like Ultima, you don't want the game to feel like it has two separate eras of, art style, if you will.
I'm very particular about the art style.
Yeah.
I love everything 2D. I hate everything in enhanced client. I don't know what it is, but as long as whatever they're putting out can match that pixelated 2D format that I covet so much, I'm fine with it. Like, I don't care what they could give us skateboards and bicycles and hot air balloons or whatever. Just make it look like it belongs in this game, and I'm fine.
Yeah, no, I totally hear you. And I do think there's something really important about the 2D aesthetic. It's certainly, in my opinion, aged far better than the hard work. This is not to belittle all the work that went into the enhanced client and the players that enjoy it, but I really believe that there is a ageless quality to a well executed pixel art style. And fortunately, Ultima had that for itself in '97, and it's great to see the developers, attempting to carry that forward in a modern era, as this artist is explaining here.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, and getting a lot of love for your artwork so far. So players really do love you guys. We love the artists. We do. You guys are amazing. You do such beautiful work.
And someone asked earlier about the flower onk. That would be Billy.
Oh yeah, that's right. I did do that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So, sometimes Bonnie will be like, "The EMs have requests," and I'll be like, "Cool. What are they?" And one of them was Flower Onk one time.
Yeah, you guys do such beautiful work. Except Jim. Jim, you make horrifying things.
He's team art.
That is a compliment.
Heck yeah, it is.
They're beautiful in their own way.
Yes. All right. Steph, what inspires your seasonal and event art pieces?
Oh no. Oh gosh. I mean, I would live in like seasonal stuff year round if I could. So, um, yeah, it's always a fun opportunity to be able to kind of do that. Like it's interesting because whenever there's holiday stuff, it's always like really far in advance. So it's like, oh, it's Christmas, but we're working on Halloween, or it's Halloween, we're working on Christmas, or it's the middle of summer, we're working on Christmas. So yeah, it's really like being able to just kind of dive into that seasonal stuff year round. And I tend to get a lot of like inspo from like other games that I play too. Like I play a lot of Final Fantasy Online, which has a lot of like decoration aspects. So just kind of like pulling in stuff from that. And yeah.
Very cool. Very cool. And
I love that you brought up the point that we work on the holidays like so off schedule. So it's like, I, I, yeah, it's the middle of like July, and it's like, all right, snow and candy things, and you're like, my brain can't handle this. Although I did recently learn that at least in Australia, in the Southern Hemisphere, they celebrate Christmas twice because the seasons are reversed. So like everybody celebrates Christmas around like Christmas time, or that's the big one that they do. But all of the like December holidays, depending on your flavor of December holiday, they do them then as well. But then they also do it in July because that's winter time in Australia. So everybody's like in full holiday mode in July because it's cold and it sometimes, I guess, snows. And I was like, that would totally screw with my biological clock.
That actually kind of touches on something that I might be worth talking about very briefly, Epic, but that's another pain point that I've heard from the forum, from players expressing their opinions on the forums, is the fact that we didn't have some of the traditional sort of seasonal events over the course of the spring of this year. How important is that for the developers to maintain things like, for example, Easter moving forward for the player community, or for yourself as a player?
I think it's very important. I think those seasonal events celebrating the real life holidays or whatever they may be are very important. I personally, as a pixel collector, have looked forward to those every year. And when there wasn't an event here or there, it was kind of bothersome. And I think that's part of the reason people are like, "Oh, New Legacy's getting all this stuff," because we missed out on some things. But like I said, I think once everything's balanced, it'll go back to normal, hopefully, because like any gamer who plays a game, I look forward to events in the game. The more events, the better. I don't care if they're little flavor events with colorful little rabbits or world-changing events. I like events.
Fair enough. I guess, for myself, I feel like Ultima Online is not an American MMO, and doesn't necessarily need to subscribe strictly to the American holiday calendar. That's just sort of, my opinion, where this is a game that brings in players from all over the world. Obviously, we have a large amount of our player base, based here in North America, of course. So there is that. Now, that having been said, if I had to choose between collecting Easter Bunny rabbits or one of Parallax's deep, multi-staged, crazy, frustrating, and thrilling events, I'd much rather go for, giving time for Parallax to do that over slowing him down with some of these seasonal events. Now, that having been said, maybe the developers could find a way to set up, design some plug and play seasonal events, right? So it just comes back every year, and maybe they're able to sort of update the drops that would be tied to that seasonal event. I could think of that being a way to not eat up precious development time that could be going towards the capstone events for production in New Legacy.
Right. And I agree with that. Like I was an avid World of Warcraft player. I still play here and there, and I always loved, even though their events were very repetitive, I always loved them because it gave me time and an opportunity to go collect the rewards if I didn't get them or whatever. And it seems like every few years they would refresh the events, make them a little different, give you something new. So I think if UO could figure out a way to get the plug and play events just going, and also do the dynamic stuff that they're working on, I think they'll see a revitalization of the game, in my personal opinion. Will kill it.
Yeah, like a happy middle ground between what veteran players like yourself and the broader UO community are used to, and at the same time, winning back some development time for the capstone events. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense to me.
Definitely. Getting a lot of love for the meatball specifically right now.
Or meatball.
Yes. The one question we've been getting a couple times now.
Mouth or magic for the meatball?
Oh, mouth or magic for the meatball?
Basically, the one that uses the tongue, or the one that doesn't use the tongue.
Yeah.
There's actually two different ones. Yeah.
Yeah. We'll see when that comes in. I'll shout that one out. Questions on if there's going to be a list sometime in the near future about what is going to be transferable from New Legacy.
Yes. We talked about this today, as a matter of fact, because we thought that the question would come up. Basically, if you go back to the original FAQ for New Legacy, we outline a series of items in terms of their broader category that you can transfer over. And I'll go ahead and read that now so we can refresh.
No, we're still here, Morgana. We're still here.
Characters will transfer with any skills and sets they have acquired on New Legacy. Characters will be able to transfer select items that fall into the following categories: Legacy items, pets, decorations, and non-consumable Ultima Store items. So if it falls into that category, it will be eligible for transfer pending our final review. And then as far as the transfer process is concerned, veteran accounts basically will have the opportunity to transfer to the non-siege rule set shard of your choice, pending the availability of character slots there. For Endless Journey accounts, you'll be able to have the opportunity to get a transfer token style item via the UO store if you'd like to pay for that and transfer on over. And then the shard will go through its reset period, and yeah, on will come season 2.
Awesome.
That's big. Epic. Thoughts there? Concerns? Rants and rages?
So, I still feel the answer was a little vague. Like, I skills and sets. Okay, what's that? Like, obviously our player skills. We're talking like gear sets. What are we talking about? What are they talking about?
True.
Also, there is. I like how he threw the caveat in about the Endless Journey account still being able to transfer, but they got to pay for it. I love that.
It just kicked me out.
No worries, Epic. It's totally cool.
Sorry. One thing I like though is the fact that you're going to be able to take your character with its sounds like it's basic things like its pets and its core abilities and take it to a production shard, and maybe that'll start filling our production shards up. But what I'm afraid I'm going to see is just veteran players moving their characters to just random shards to start a new one on New Legacy. So I hope that's not the case.
Yeah, a couple of thoughts here from myself. One concern that I have for myself as a New Legacy player is that my Warrior Tamer, I want to roll over to Season 2. I want to take my Warrior Tamer and I want to port it over to Season 2 and continue building on that character's legacy, whatever that may look like as far as what the developers are envisioning. I'm certainly hoping that they provide some kind of incentive and reward for players who do choose to roll over their characters to second season. We still have not heard much about what they're planning for that. So that is something that I'm hoping to get more answers for from the developers in the months ahead. And I've collected and I plan to continue to collect some, some chase pets. So for example, thanks to, my guildmate and emissary Poison Ivy, they helped me acquire Emberwing, which is considered one of the more prestigious pets that the players can eventually attain for themselves on New Legacy. that Emberwing cannot go with me to the second season, and I don't want to lose that Emberwing. So will the developers provide a way for us to sort of box up some stuff and send it over to production? In the way of our pets and decorations and items, and not necessarily tie it to a character that's transferring over, or rolling over to the second season. So that's sort of one thought I have as sort of I do Legacy Pioneer and someone who plans to sort of keep on coming back for all future seasons as long as this game is around for. That's one thought that I have there. And then the second thought, which is unfortunately falling out of my DM dinosaur head. No, I don't have it anymore. It just it's gone away. So we'll just
That happens.
It totally happens. So off we go. I remembered what I was going to say, Epic, and this kind of goes back to a question that I had for you on one of your live streams recently when you were playing Ultima. I was in your chat with the rest of your community, and I had a question for the developers here. How long is the reset process going to take? And we don't have like a definitive answer from Chironics here, but it does sound like the reset's not going to take all that long.
I would like to think that this modern version of UO is going to have a modern reset where no more than a day or two, maybe like I 2 days would, in my opinion, be too much. Most modern games, as it's a few hours between seasons. Maybe they do something late at night and the next morning you're in the new season or whatever. But I think for them to keep the masses happy, they need to make it as quick as they can.
Yep. I agree. I think I was just thinking about, what your answer here, listening to you. But I think that if there's any sort of extended gap, they're going to see a drop off of players, right? So the quicker you can make that turnaround, the more you can retain your loyal and your legacy players. So I agree. I fully agree with you, Epic. It's important for the Broadsword team to ensure the reset doesn't take too long.
Very cool. Very, very cool. Oh, that's a good question, Harbottle. Is anything with the house name considered a legacy item?
Yes, anything that is associated with your house name or your legacy sash and things like that will be something that, again, is eligible pending final review. So the asterisk on that statement is like, we have to be very particular about different styles of art and, different art assets and the color and things like that to make sure that we're not trampling on some long time like server birth rare type situation. So again, there will be a final review, but yeah, anything with your house name would be a potential legacy item.
Okay. Speaking about, going from, ideas and concepts and, what goes, past that point, how do you decide when an idea is ready to move from like concept to implementation?
It's a good question. I will take the first part of this and then I'll let Nick answer the second part of it. But when I was doing design work on UO, basically it all starts with an idea. A lot of it is inspired by what the player base is looking for and kind of goes back to what I said at the top of the discussion related to kind of like our broader goals and things like that. And you just start kind of either writing notes down. I mean, everybody's got their own process. That process for me was I have a book somewhere around here with any kind of crazy idea that I have, and I write it down in my little book. And when the time comes for that particular idea to begin implementation within that broader context, you start trying to build it. Oftentimes there's a conversation that I would have with Steven beforehand, kind of like talking through the technical requirements, like early on, having a discussion with Michael from the QA side of things, like how can we avoid some of the pitfalls of this getting broken or exploited and things like that. And then we kind of bring it to the broader team. And then we spend painstaking hours and lots of gray hair implementing it, testing it, play testing it, re-implementing it, QAing it, fixing the bugs, back to and it just goes on. And then eventually you've got this prideful, shiny little thing that you're ready to release upon the world. You're super happy. And then it goes to TC1, and like a kindergartner coming back from the first day of school after the bully took his lunch money, you've got to kind of reassure him and tell him it's going to be okay and fix whatever issues and feedback you get from TC1 and go from there.
Okay.
What do you think, Nick? Is your process different?
Very simple.
Well, before Nick answers here, you're a creative soul, Epic. Do you have like an idea book, kind of like what Chironics was talking about for yourself as a content creator, or what is your process as a content creator when it's come to building up your Twitch community, your YouTube channel? Yeah, I'm wondering.
So my process is, for live streaming anyways, is just raw dogging it. Like I'll have a rough idea of what I want to do before the stream. Obviously, I'll know what shard I'm going to play on and what I'm doing, but I don't necessarily think beyond that. I don't like to look into like how to get places or do things. I like to just do it on the stream. Let people see my natural playing ability, if you will.
Right. Or your natural reaction to the content.
Yes, exactly. But with other channels, say like some of my real life channel, if you will.
Okay.
I definitely plan out the adventure, and I plan out everything I'm going to do and the things I want to talk about, and I research stuff and stuff like that. But for me, with gaming content, I love to just be natural and just let the people see how I normally would react in real life to things. So with UO, luckily it's so deep that there's always something for me to learn and do. And so far, I have not run out of content ideas.
No, I totally get that. And again, I really admire what you do as a streamer, content creator. Like, you just bring such a presence to your live streams, regardless of whether it's Ultima or Warcraft or whichever game has your attention for the moment. You're a great presence, and yeah, I kind of envy you and your ability to sort of just be a personality for your audience in a way that I really don't think that I can manage.
Well,
I mean, I'm not saying it's where he's
in the
weird
community.
mask.
You have become the yin to my yang. This is like a great combo to have, and I think between the two of us, and now with Peachy,
right,
people like that, I think we're going to have the ability to hopefully inspire other people to try to do the same thing. We've got a VTuber, we've got a very professional content creator like you, we've got someone like me who's just a kind of a goofball, like
a lovable barbarian. That's how I like to think of you.
Yeah. I think we're starting to expand on just the general content creators for the game, and I think that's what we definitely need, just more representation.
Yes, I agree. And I hope that when you have a chance to speak with the developers, you have a chance to advocate for that. I think you had a great idea, about creating sort of like a content creator corner somewhere within the official ecosphere of, the social media channels for Ultima Online, or what they're projecting to sort of help content creators like yourself and myself. And of course, the new kid on the block, Peachy, and all in the aims of bringing us together as a community, as a content creator community, and encouraging others out there who have been thinking about, dabbling with stepping up and trying their own hand at OSI content creation to do so. 100%. I agree with that, Epic.
Very similar, actually. Instead of a handwritten notebook, I actually have a text file where any kind of random crazy idea, or not so crazy ideas I get, I'll jot it down in the text file, and then I kind of, from there, I will go back to it from time to time, make notes on it, tweak the idea. They don't always make it to being implemented, but a lot of ideas have come from there. And, it could just be working on one thing and then randomly get this crazy idea. Oh, this would be kind of interesting if we could do this in UO, and you write it down and come back to it later. But one thing I can give an example is the Forsaken Bloodline dungeon on New Legacy, which is Blackthorn's dungeon. We've been talking about how do we reopen Blackthorn's dungeon for a while since it was closed down for an event and most of the mobs are gone from it. And that was kind of born from, okay, let's reopen the dungeon. What do we do? Let's fill it with mobs. That's kind of boring. What else can we do? Let's do mini bosses. Okay, there's some mini bosses in there. Now let's do wings, and each wing can control something else. Now let's do some really big bad bosses in there. And it's kind of becomes this hybrid mix, essentially like a raid style dungeon from modern MMOs where you've got trash mobs, you've got mini bosses, you've got the wings you have to clear to unlock the bigger bosses. You kill all the bigger bosses, the dungeon resets. So, that idea was born from just how do we reopen Blackthorn's dungeon? And then we've got this big old raid dungeon on New Legacy now. But yeah, things just kind of evolve as you work on them and as you go back to your ideas and see what kind of sticks, to say.
Thank you, Parallax, for bringing us into your process. We certainly have benefited from it. And what else we benefited from greatly over the years and also on this conversation is Epic Lute Gaming here. Thank you so much for making the time to, impromptu, jump into the saddle with me here as we listen to the first ever Roadmap Roundtable from the good developers of Broadsword Online Games. My peer and my friend, thank you so much for your time. Enjoy your dinner. And before you head out, do you want to just quickly sort of, preview the grand adventure that's happening on your end? You got a couple of fun things coming up on your Twitch channel and YouTube channel in the weeks ahead.
Of course. Yeah, first of all, thank you for having me. It's always a pleasure to be here. Secondly, so far, everything's going good, and I should be on the road to sign papers for my new house in 2 days. That'll be fun. But more importantly, equally important, on May 15th, I'm going to have an interview with the devs, and we're going to be doing a focus on some production shard talk. So if anybody has any questions or anything they want me to maybe bring up, feel free to shoot me a message, and I'm happy to try to reiterate that the best I can to the devs during my stream.
That's really exciting. Epic, I can't wait for that conversation. I'm looking forward to it, and I'll look forward to jumping in and being part of your audience for that conversation with the developers. And I'll be sure to do what I can to rally the Layersins who are interested in Ultima Online to come out and join us for that one too. Have a great evening, my friend.
Have a good one.
Okay. Harbottle, thank you so much. I can't repeat that whole sentence, but I will kind of I will make it how they think New Legacy Blackthorn's dungeon is really darn cool.
So we just took a little bit of a brief pause, and when we came back, I've been fortunate to be joined by my longtime friend, Jokersouldragon, who's very kindly offered to co-host with me as we get through the rest of the Roadmap Roundtable, the first ever from Broadsword Online Games. Joker, do you want to just quickly introduce yourself for us here as we resume the reaction here?
I'm JSD, or Jokersouldragon as I'm commonly known, and still really a big noob when it comes to Ultima Online, but generally have my feet wet, so glad to be here.
And you are a longtime game player. You played a whole constellation of MMOs over the course of your life. You're an enthusiastic gamer, and you also have your own content creator platform over on YouTube.
That's true. It's a fetus of a content creation.
They all start small, Joker. They all start small before they grow into a giant.
Just when I have the time to do it, so that's kind of where it sits. But I have fun doing it.
And what's the name of your channel again?
Jokersouldragon.
There you go. Look for Jokersouldragon on the YouTubes. All right. Do you have my stream up on your end that I'm sharing here on Discord?
I do.
All right. Here we go.
I can't say that word, but we'll just say really darn cool.
Well, I appreciate the kind words and the 90s slang there, Harbottle.
Yeah. Okay. Let's see here. I got a question for Steven. What's a recent engineering challenge that you found satisfying to solve?
Besides the ongoing work with the upgrading of the renderer, some of the back end work that was required for migrating to some of these new servers has been challenging, but very satisfying to solve those situations. Now that we're able to run on faster hardware, we run into less issues related to lag for the most part, and we still get that same stability. So
Okay. All right. Michael, what's a bug that made you laugh or one that taught you something?
I mean, obviously the elven body made me laugh. One that taught me something.
I'm just going to throw in here, Joker, while we're waiting for the response from this developer. These kind of live streams can really put someone in the spot, especially if you're not used to kind of having to be in the moment and it's their first time kind of sharing a space with a live audience. It can be, you can get a little tongue-tied at times. I certainly have.
I don't think I'd have too many problems in an interview situation myself. I think that's a pretty cool job. You get the chance to do that. I think it'd be fun to be a community manager.
I think you'd be good at it, Joker.
I think it'd be good, but I think there'd be times where you're like, God, this sucks. Especially if there's some big issue or something, and everybody's like, why is it broken? And
you're such a big-hearted cuddle bear. I think you'd be a great community manager, Joker.
Yeah, I think it'd be fun.
Yeah,
I think that'd be a fun thing.
And I think you'd do a great job at setting people at ease and getting great answers out of them and asking good questions.
All right. I like to think out of the box if I can.
I have, I think somewhere still near my desk, I have a little whiteboard that had what I refer to as the QA commandments. And it was basically a list of stuff to always check for. One of them was because apparently hue colors are very, how can I put this? Some hue colors are, we don't want to put them out into the world because they are there's, is it Europa Gold? That was one of the hue colors. And I would keep a list of items that would come up, how does this affect Siege? Basically, that was one of my commandments, was when we're submitting something, when this actually gets to Siege, how is that going to be different due to the different rules of the server? I don't know where that whiteboard is. But any specific bugs, I can't think of any off the top of my head. I'm sorry.
Oh, it's okay. It's all good. It's all good. All right. How about we have some questions for the art team? So let's talk visuals. How do you keep UO looking and feeling authentic while introducing fresh content?
Honestly, a lot of the times we hit the ground running and we do everything we can to make it look as amazing as possible. And then we put it in the game and then we adjust it until it fits. I'm the biggest one who needs to make changes because I have a tendency to go too realistic, and I have to tone it back quite often. I would say Billy and Steph have been knocking it out of the park with matching things up first time around, though. Really proud of both of them.
Oh, thanks, sir.
Aw.
That feels sweet.
Yeah. It's funny
Yeah,
that you mentioned that you
that's
tend to
interesting.
go too realistic.
Go ahead, Joker.
They talk about the art design and an art direction, and I think a lot of people don't realize that there actually is probably an art team involved because of how old this game is.
Mm-hmm.
But I honestly think it could be honestly just as difficult to keep this aesthetic as you would modern games today, to be honest. Like, I've dabbled in pixel art and stuff like that, and it takes a lot of time to get things to look real with just individual pixels, which is largely what they do here too in a lot of ways. But like then as you move, those pixels have to move, and so they have to move properly to the right spots. I think the art team does a really good job for as old as this game is.
Yeah, absolutely. I think certainly the unique art content that exists in New Legacy right now is great stuff. So these three art team members are doing a great job, I think, of continuing to supply Ultima Online with engaging art to go along with the pixels that move around on screen.
It's funny that you mentioned that you tend to go too realistic. I feel like I'm in the opposite direction. I tend to go too cartoony. I'm like, oh shoot, these shadows aren't strong enough. I have to go more. It's not gritty enough. It's not crispy enough.
Well, that's just it. Honestly, a more cartoony style is actually better, and then you just fix it up just a touch from there. It's the whole, all right, a nice sweep for the leaf, whereas I'm sitting there trying to draw the veins in.
Oh my god.
Yeah, I think or facing that challenge, I think, is kind of like what's the word, like one of the things I find very enjoyable, I guess, about doing my day to day. Like, how do I make this thing look like it's in UO, but also still, like, because it's like a new thing, you want it to be like fresh and cool looking at the same time. And I will say, a note I get a lot from Jim is like, it's too sharp. You have to blur it. Because I think some of the older assets, since monitors were like not as sharp back then, they're all nice and soft, and it's like you have to force yourself to remember, like, oh yeah, it has to look like a little bit soft and not so like not too hard, because if it looks too hard, it looks too like, I don't know, just like not like UO, basically. It's gotta have like that soft, like semi-realistic look of like I kind of actually think a little bit of like impressionism is like an idea I think about a lot when I'm working on some of the smaller assets, especially because it's like it has to be sharp enough so that your brain can kind of fill in the rest of the details if it's like a very small piece of tile art, but at the same time not too sharp, because it's like, oh no, now it looks like a video game pixel. That's not what we want. It needs to look like a little natural, like just like a little bit. Like, I don't know. I'm not trying to explain it really.
No, I think you're doing
Nail on the head with the whole softness side of it, because a lot of the original art assets were ported over from Pagan and then polished. So, you're talking about something that at this point is probably close to pushing 40 years old.
That's really cool. I didn't realize that the initial art assets for release version of Ultima Online came from Ultima 8 Pagan. Did you ever play those games back in the day, Joker?
No, I've never played any of the other Ultimas at all.
Yeah, they belong to a whole different era of computer role-playing games. what's the oldest computer role-playing game you can remember having played yourself?
Yeah, for me, I think the earliest memory I have PC gaming would be playing World of Warcraft, or not Warcraft, the very first one.
Warcraft,
So,
Orcs and Humans. Yeah.
yeah, that's like my first PC game that I played. I played other stuff long before on consoles, like Talk Gates, things like
You're a youngin'. I was already, I think, a teenager by the time Orcs and Humans came out for Warcraft 1. Yeah, fair. Uh, any sort of like thoughts? I mean, what has, as far as your own limited time playing Ultima Online and the New Legacy Shard, any sort of standout memories for yourself as far as parts of the game world or various art elements that actually spoke to you in a way? Or
Oh yeah, I have a lot of I actually have a lot of love for the aesthetic of Ultima personally because I'm a very big proponent of pixel art. I love the way it looks. A lot of the games that I really like playing, they all use pixel art. So this kind of invokes a little bit.
yeah, pixel art just has a timeless quality to it. I've spoken about it with a couple of other guests who have been part of this discussion for the Roadmap Roundtable. As for myself, when it's come to my memories of playing on New Legacy, certainly various parts of the narrative path stood out for me. I mained a warrior, so that was the narrative path that I chose for my first season of New Legacy, and I still to this day remember, what opening that hidden passageway that leads to that sort of that invisible bridge that then brings you as the player into that room where you make that very consequential choice about the person that you want to be for that character. You could make a choice between being a mage, a warrior, a ranger, and the room in which that's set up, I think, really sets an exciting stage for new players. So I'm not so sure who in the team helped set that up, but yes, the art team is doing a great job.
And what are we up to? 8K monitors now? 16K.
Yeah, you're wrong.
Yeah.
Yeah, something like that.
Crazy.
I think it's real neat.
Hmm?
Oh, I said I think it's really neat.
Yeah.
It's like trying to capture that spirit, basically. That I think does make UO as a game in general pretty unique from a lot of its contemporaries. Is that the word? Other games are out there right now,
Mhm. Yeah, speaking of the art, I had a player ask who did the Paladin set for the Arcane Outfitter.
That would be me, and Greg made the amazing layout for.
Okay. They said they are really enjoying it, and they wanted to know if there's any plans on releasing any more sets like that for the Arcane Outfitter.
Oh, and we got a lot of it from the Alice floor set we were using for a while. I forgot. I touched them up and corrected some things. So
It's definitely a possibility. They were kind of a new offering. One of the hang-ups with them was that they're only paper doll only. And some folks kind of were turned off by that, and we completely get that. Like Jim said, they were kind of bonus assets that we got from the outsourced art service that we were using for a while. And we kind of were like, what is the best way we can kind of use these different paper doll cosmetics? And if we move forward with them, maybe we can look into doing the associated avatar assets as well. But as Jim will likely go into more detail here, that is a much bigger art lift than just doing the paper doll art. So more customization of the avatar and more customization of the paper doll are definitely things we love doing. Being able to have different weapon types and different armor types and different looks of how existing stuff does, that's a really great way for us to keep things fresh. I've seen a number of comments in the various chat streams about updating some of the existing bosses with new loot. For example, someone asked about updating the Peerless bosses with new loot. And yeah, we'd love to do that. It just always becomes a question of, all right, what loot are we going to actually put on them? We try to keep the power creep under control as much as we can, but at the end of the day, we are dealing with a game world that's pushing 30 years old. So we have to explore other ways to make the loot that you get from those encounters worth getting. And one of the avenues which we have to do that is through aesthetic changes. And we've explored that in the past with different systems, like we did the different swords with the skull motifs to them, which was really cool. And with this paladin set, we did some of the rewards from the last 5 event in that style. So we can do stuff like that, and continuing to kind of work into those types of reward design decisions is a lot easier for us to slot into the broader balance rather than some uber piece of something that is the final piece to a suit that somebody's been building for the past however many years.
Have you ever bought a skin in some of the games that you've been playing, Joker?
Very seldom do I spend any money on game shows because I find them generally too predatory. The only one that I've actually bought skins from is Smite. I've bought some skins in Smite. And then also in the space one that I really like. I'm remember it now. Star Citizen. I did buy an additional paid for one of
them. I can hear your little guy in the background there. It's totally fine, Joker. Just out of curiosity, what prompted you to buy cosmetics for Smite and for Star Citizen? Because you did mention that, you do generally feel that, skins can really be a way of dipping multiple times into a player's wallet. So what was it about Smite and Star Citizen that made you feel like it was worth it for you to get those skins?
For me, it was, if I'm going to put a significant amount of time in the game, then that's one thing. Also, if the game is free, that's a bigger thing for me. So like UO is quote unquote free, but you do have to have a membership, and so then if they had other microtransactions, it'd be a put off for me. Same thing with New World. Really like that game, but I don't buy any of the cosmetics in there because of the fact that I already purchased the game. I shouldn't have to spend more money on cosmetics. Now, the exception with Star Citizen is, once you buy this, just like any cosmetics generally, once you buy it, you have it for life. But I spend a tremendous amount of time in the game, so it's nice to make sure to get a ship cosmetic that changes what it looks like. And they usually have them for very cheap, which is nice. Their shop is one of the least predatory of all because, especially with Star Citizen, let's say I buy a ship and it costs me $100 of real money to buy the ship. If I choose to take that ship and upgrade to a different ship, I can trade that ship in basically like if I was trading in a car, and I can get about 80% of my value back. Or all of my value back, and then I pay the difference.
Oh, that's interesting.
So they try to make it to where, yeah, you're going to spend real money, but at least when you do spend the real money, if you want to do a trade-in, you can.
So I think what I'm hearing from you is it really depends upon the value of the game to yourself. So obviously, Star Citizen, as you mentioned, is a game that you spend a great deal of time in. You enjoy playing that game. So it kind of makes it worthwhile to spend a little bit extra money to have an aesthetic that you think would help enhance your own experience playing that game.
Yeah, that, and Star Citizen very much is an MMO. It really is. But the thing about Star Citizen that's nice is which is very similar to New World, but once you buy the game, you don't pay per month for anything. So if you're putting in 1,000 hours a year or something in that game, then a few dollars here and there really isn't a big deal. But if it's one where it's like, yeah, I might play 20 hours in 3 months, why would I spend the money on cosmetic for it?
Yeah, gotcha. That makes sense. I will say that when it comes to the difference between free to play and subscription, I do find that subscription as a business model relies much less on, pushing players towards a cash shop in order for the developers to continue to be able to create content for that game. While if you are free to play, usually there's ways of pushing players towards the cash shop that make up for the fact that it doesn't have a subscription. Because any of these games as a service, if they are a game as a service, they need to survive off of revenue, right? So they have to get it from somewhere.
Yeah. Oh, for sure. There's quite a few different games that I play that I've been in at the beginning, and they're free to play, and they do have a shop. But in that sense, I would rather support something like that where they give me something for free and I don't necessarily have to buy that product if I ever don't want to. Whereas you look at games like the Maddens, the FIFAs, anything like that, especially stuff a la EA. I mean, in keeping with UO, they are as predatory as it gets. They're very pay to win. Activision has a lot of that same problem where they like to do pay to win for a lot of their stuff. And so you're buying a game and you're interacting things, but then you're basically almost gambling because you can go and buy these packs or you can buy this and stuff.
Right.
And that's where it gets very predatory and very underhanded. Whereas if it's free, I know that when I buy those things, that's what's helping keep the lights on for the game.
Yeah, very
if
true.
I like the game, that's fine.
That's a great
I'm okay
call
with
out.
that.
Loot boxes, I think, are a real problem with the MMO industry at the moment, the genre. And I commend the developers for Ultima Online for steering clear of those potential revenue sources for the game. They do not offer loot boxes, and hopefully never will for Ultima Online.
Well, and that is a good thing for them. And there's a lot of companies that don't do loot boxes, which is good. But on top of that, there's a lot of countries where you can't do them anyways, where they're illegal.
Right.
So,
I'd say something about them. They're illegal in other countries.
They're gambling. It's legitimately gambling because you're putting in money for a random chance to get something you might want.
Right.
It's no different than walking up to a penny slot in Vegas.
Correct. Now, the good thing about Ultima Online is that RNG is within the game, not through a cash shop. So that's a real credit to the developers for resisting that possibility for themselves.
Yes.
Let's dive right back into streaming here.
Also, too, now I want boomerangs because I went to Australia.
I put in whips if we need to do boomerangs.
You already have boomerangs. You just need to roll up a gargoyle.
Yeah, but not that kind of boomerang. I want like a real boomerang. And plus, I don't want to. I will. Unlikely. I mean, I have a gargoyle character, but too much wing flapping.
As far as production bugs and fixes and stuff like that, I mean, I know, Michael, you are always so hard at work, working on QA with bugs and everything else. I mean, like, what is it looking like as far as like, production and stuff like that when they come in and everything else? Because like I said, I know you work really hard at, getting everything looked at and that. I mean, like, what does it typically look like?
In terms of when a bug is reported?
Yeah,
I mean, the most important aspect of a bug report is being able to reproduce it so that we can figure out what actually is happening.
Mm-hmm.
Quite often it's you'll get a report that somebody will say this is happening and there's just either not enough information provided or they have not provided what they were doing at the time. Because like I mentioned previously, there are issues because stuff is so interconnected in the code that somebody makes a change to an encounter and now tailoring doesn't work or tinkering doesn't work or whatever. So having the actual steps to reproduce is the most important aspect of it. And then that way we can actually reproduce it. I can submit the bug on it and the developer or engineer or artist can fix it.
Okay. Awesome.
And to jump on that too, just to follow up, if there are specific production bugs that people want us to look into, like Michael said, be very specific so we can jump into it. And if it's something that we can address within a publish, then we can try and do that. A lot of times what we find is that the bug reports that people submit aren't really bug reports, but more so we feel that this should work this way because that's the way we want it to work. And that's perfectly valid. Like, we appreciate the opinion, but it kind of goes beyond the scope of a bug report per se. But if there's something that's legitimately broken, especially if it's something related to pets or housing or something related to like vendors or any of the kind of nuts and bolts and often used tool systems, gameplay mechanics, encounters, we will do our best to address that as soon as we can.
Okay.
Start submitting bug reports every time we are waiting on bosses on New Legacy. Oh gosh.
Yeah, there was some there were a couple people asking if the timers would get reevaluated on the bosses on New Legacy. So
Reevaluated, potentially season 2, we might change some of the timers around, but our ultimate goal is to add more content, more bosses, more dungeons, so you're not so beholden to the timers, waiting around. And publish 2, a lot of that went into this publish. Like, if you're waiting for boss timers, there's this new update to treasure maps with intake widgets and heirlooms you can do in the meantime. We have a variety, half a dozen world bosses that spawn on different timers. I know people tend to have the timers down to the minute once they see them spawn and wait for them. But between the world bosses, treasure hunting, taming pets, Blackthorn's dungeon, there's a lot to do. But we definitely plan to keep adding more stuff to the game, so you're not so much time spent sitting around waiting if all you like to do is the boss circuit. But and we also don't want it so it's like the bosses instantly spawn and then it's just this nonstop grind and you get burnt out from doing that. So there's a happy medium to the balance on the timers there, but we're not opposed to reevaluating in season 2, but ultimately more content, more variety is the end goal.
Yeah, thoughts there, Joker, on what the content designer Parallax shared about where they're moving the player experience on the first season of New Legacy.
Yeah, I mean it'd be exciting to see some stuff, new stuff come into the UO. I think to be honest, more stuff needs to come to UO for it to be a little more successful. Because once you get to a certain point, you're kind of out of things to do, except for like I said, he was talking about people that only like to do the boss circuit. But I mean, at some points, that kind of is all you have. It'll be exciting to have new stuff.
Yeah, and obviously, you're a casual player on the New Legacy Shard with our player community, the Wyvern's Lair. So your experience for the most part has been that boss circuit, the legendary foes. I can confirm that Publish 2 has done exactly what Parallax has described here. Now, when I log in, there are choices, and that feels so satisfying to me as a player. I could pursue the Vesper Museum Antiquity hunt. I can that through the treasure map system. I can take on the Exarchs of Blackthorn's dungeon, and if that's not available, then there's a legendary foe. So basically, this hasn't been the case previously over the last several months on the seasonal shard. Now that I log in, there isn't a lack of things for me to do. I have to choose. I have to make choices about what I'm doing, and that feels great. So for us to hear from Parallax here that is going to be their continued goal to diversify the way players can spend their time on the seasonal shard, that's exciting to hear, and I look forward to seeing what ideas that Parallax and the rest of the team are cooking up for the second season.
okay. Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah,
That makes sense.
that'd be good.
And while we're talking
Oh
about
yeah, go ahead, Joker.
No, you're good. You can play it. I'm looking forward to that too. Because I mean, if you're an MMO, you have to be careful about not having enough for people.
Oh yeah, absolutely. That's the death of an MMO.
And you bottleneck. Yeah, you bottleneck hard. And that's why it's like I've been playing a fair bit of PAX Day, with Queen Tiamat, and the one thing about there's still a ton for me to do, but their progression is very slow. So it takes a while to do anything, which is good and bad because it can be like, oh yeah, it'll take me a long time to get to this point, but then at the same time, oh yeah, it'll take me a long time to get there. But that game itself is kind of embryonic. It's very new, a small team working on it, so there isn't a whole lot to do in a lot of ways. There is and there isn't at the same. So it's like you have to fight the balance where you don't want to give people too much, so then they hop in and they're like, "Good God, I don't know what to do. I can do this. I can infuse this. I can." But then at the same time, you want to be like, "Yep, I got 4 things I can do, and I've done them all today, 15 minutes." So it's like, yeah, it'll be good that they've increased what you can do. They give you that circuit of things you can try to achieve.
Joker, you actually made a really good call out, and I think it's important that the developers don't lose sight of this. Is this the how New Legacy has been streamlined and simplified for new players? And you kind of alluded to that by, yes, you want to offer a whole barrel of things for players to pursue, but at the same time you don't want to offer too much that becomes overwhelming. And that's kind of the impression I think both of you and I had when we created characters on the production servers. I remember you, like, when you were first coming along for the adventure on New Legacy, you ended up making a character on production, and you were just like, what in the world is this? I remember you messaging me about it. So yeah, and that's the whole reason, that's one of the reasons behind the design of New Legacy, is just to make it a far more readily understandable experience for new players. So yes, it would be great to have several things to do, but let's not go overboard and recreate the complexity and depth of the production experience, which could be hard for new players to pick up.
Yeah. That's why they call it the agony of choice, because it can be either one of two ways. You have too much to choose from or not enough.
Right. Well said.
And while we're talking about like revamping things, had some questions about if there were any plans to revamp Vice versus Virtue. Anything at all that you guys might want to add or input on that?
When we were originally in the planning for New Legacy, we talked a lot about what PvP was going to look like, because we were looking at also how we could update Vice and Virtue. I don't think that there's necessarily a magic silver bullet solution that is going to allow us to snap our fingers and just completely turn the table on VVV. It's probably going to be, like I talked about earlier, a number of changes based on conversations with the community about what PvP changes are going to be meaningful. Like I said, we're happy to have that conversation. If somebody wants to start a thread on the forums, go for it. But as far as specific updates to VVV in the short term, nothing planned at the moment. But, we're looking ahead to give you guys an idea of like how far out we plan things. Anything that we're talking about today that isn't specific to Publish 120 or New Legacy Publish 3, which would be the Shattering, or Publish 121, which brings is going to be our fall publish for all the various holidays and our holiday events that we do every year and stuff like that. We're looking at like the beginning part of 2026. So let's start those conversations now and see where they go. I don't know if anybody else has any thoughts on VVB and PvP. I know Stephen and I and Michael spent a lot of late nights in chilly Herndon, Virginia, dealing with VVV back when we were building it. So, we had a lot of fun doing that, and not against or opposed to the idea of revisiting it. What do you guys think?
Yeah, I think really just getting more feedback from the players, like you were saying, about what actual changes they want to see. But yeah, submit your ideas now or adjustments. We can have those conversations.
Definitely. And if you are not sure where to submit them to, you can check the communication crystal on the forum. It has the email address and everything, so you can submit it there.
So they're talking about Vice versus Virtue, Joker, and that's a old factional PvP system that the game offers players. So there is, in fact, an ability to, when you create a guild on New Legacy, you can opt in to the Vice versus and Virtue system, Vice versus Virtue system, which would basically make your entire guild flagged for PvP under that system. So I had that choice when I first created the Wyvern's Lair, and I realized because I didn't understand the implications of doing so at the time, I decided to make sure we didn't opt into that system. But yeah, there are a lot of players that have fond memories of various PvP factional systems in Ultima Online's past, and as long as they can find a way to make it a consensual choice for players, I think that there'd be a great way to bring that back in some shape or form. Joker, what would be a fun sort of like consensual PvP scenario for you on a future season of Legacy?
I think there's two games from years ago that one that's really near to my heart that I think did it right, and then another one that I liked pretty well. The one I liked pretty well was WoW, and I liked that in WoW, if you were part of the Horde and you went into the Alliance lands, it was automatically PvP. So you could go on like a PvP raid, basically, into these other lands, and vice versa. You could go from Alliance in there. So I kind of like that system a lot. Plus, they had their PvP battle arenas you could go in. But the other one is RuneScape. Played RuneScape like literally since launch, and they always had like designated PvP area, which was the wilderness, along with some PvP games. I like that system a lot. As far as, because then you know that if you're going in the wilderness, there's good stuff out there. There's great farming. You can make good money out there, but you also have that chance of dying, or you have that chance of being attacked.
Mm-hmm.
I don't see is that either system would work in UO, because UO is kind of like it's one world shared by everyone. So honestly, PvP wise, I think the best system for this would be almost kind of like a New World structure for their PvP, which was when you're inside the city, you can't be attacked, but you can't flag for PvP until you leave the city, and then you can flag, but then you can't unflag till you get back into the city. So it allows you to be like, I'm going to be flagged for PvP while I'm doing everything, so I can get into a fight with anybody else that's flagged for PvP. But if I come back to the city, I can then unflag from PvP.
What would be the incentive for a player to flag for PvP in New World? Like, why do it apart from the thrill of running into another player and having to duel with them?
That's the most of it. It's not all of it though, because in New World, which they could apply very easily in UO. There's 3 factions in New World. So you join the Syndicate, or you join the Marauders, or you join forget the third one off the top of my head, but you join them, and then you can earn their currency, and the highest currency earnings come from the PvP side, and you use that to get guild specific or Syndicate, Marauders, or whatever faction specific armor. So honestly, I think that's kind of where I think it would be a nice incentive to do PvP and bring kind of like a PvP incentive in a way to UO, would be like they had like a PvP vendor, that way, and then now flagging for PvP and doing stuff like that, it gives you a little extra bonus. So then it kind of makes people that kind of like or have a proclivity for PvP engage in PvP, instead of like in UO, yes, you can get people stuff, which is kind of all of RuneScape followed that same thing, that if you kill somebody in the wilderness, you got when they died, everything dropped. So you could loot their corpse and get all their good stuff. So you still get that in UO, but they could do something like that in UO. What New World does gives you a little bit of like, there could be armor and weapons and things that have similar stats to other things, but have a different look. So they give you kind of, that that if somebody went through the time and the work to farm that out and they look that way, they went to the time and they
Effort.
did a lot of PvP.
Yeah,
So
that's a really
I
good
think
call
that's
out.
missing from a lot of MMOs these days because of cosmetics. I've always felt like cosmetics are okay. Let people buy cosmetics if they want to look a certain way, great. But I think that there should be always better looking gear that you have to earn. Because then when you run past somebody, you see them look that way, you're like, that's awesome. How'd you get that? Oh, you have to do this.
I 100% agree with, your line of thought there, Joker, especially about, making sure that skins do not replace the satisfaction of what players can actually acquire for themselves through just playing the game, right? And you make a great point that a lot of MMOs have lost sight of this. And now, for a lot of them, the best, cosmetics are just simply bought through the cash shop and not actually acquired through player effort playing the game itself. So that's a great call out. I also agree with you. I think that, with whatever Broadsword might be heading towards, I think you got to find ways of incentivizing PvP. I think, you mentioned a PvP trader. I think that's really the right direction. I know for a fact Parallax has been looking at that, so a way to incentivize PvP on the new Legacy Shard. And there are two systems when it comes to at least the context of new Legacy for PvP currently. You have the Dungeon Outpost system, which is an opt-in. I would argue it's currently in its draft form. There's a lot of work that needs to go into it, I think, before it's kind of where Parallax may want it to be as a PvP experience. So there's a lot of room for growth, a lot of room for potential there. And then you have the champion spawn. So champion spawns have been a part of Ultima Online for many years now. On the production shards, it's where you can find very important scrolls. They're called power scrolls, and they're used to essentially boost a stat to its absolute cap in the game. They are very sought after, and there's a significant amount of competition to control these champion spawns between PvP inclined players. So that's how they were able to sort of engage player interaction with champion spawns and the production shards. On New Legacy, it makes a little less sense because, and this is actually kind of good for most casual players who like to enjoy the PvM element of the game. Yes, you can get unique items from these champion spawns. Like, for example, the knowledge book to be able to tame undead pets you acquire from a champion spawn on New Legacy. There are other, similar items that are unique to champion spawn bosses and their loot tables. But you can also acquire those very same items off the legendary artifact trader that you can get through simply doing the legendary foes, which is good for PVMers. Absolutely. I'm glad that I don't have to feel forced to engage in champion spawns if I don't enjoy that element of the game. But it would be cool if they were to come up with at least, an area of the game that has, uniques. They could even be cosmetic, whatever the case may be, that would, kind of just incentivize you as a player to go out and flag for PvP.
Right. Yeah, and RuneScape did that with like they have the famous Castle Wars that's in their game. And it's capture the flag. And everybody gets queued in, and then you go and there's a million different ways you can kind of like sneak around or go straight through the front, capture their flag, bring it back to yours, boom. You win the game. I think I can't remember if you have to do it more than once or if it's just one time. I think it's more than once. But anyways, you do that, you win, and then you get the tokens. And then you can use that tokens on armor and weapon stuff there. And it's not like OP weapon or anything. It's along a tier of already in the game stats. So then you have it. So it shows that, yeah, you played a lot and you got that. Yeah, like you say, I'm glad that they don't push you towards having to do champion spawns, but maybe they could have like a guild hall or something that you have to fight for. So then it's this really cool like building or whatever where your guild can meet, but like in order to keep it, you have to do a battle every so often.
Yeah.
So people have a chance to take it from you. So then it adds this element of the guild gets on every week for sure, because we have to defend our guild hall again. Things like that,
Great
Little
ideas.
things that just push PvP in a normal way, like not in a pushy way, but in a, hey, if you are part of the guild and your guild likes the idea of having that specific thing and you don't mind doing PvP, great.
you can do.
But if you don't, there's a couple other things you can do.
Yeah.
Or there's a lot of other things.
Yeah. Well said,
Not
Joker.
shoehorning people.
I'll be happy also if you submit it to me. I will pass it along as well. So if you're not sure where to submit it.
Fortunately for us, we have the trans-ethereal antenna to provide us all of the information across all the different ethereal ends.
That's true. That's true. And it is a large antenna. It is quite a large antenna. Okay. Let's throw another one over to the artists. Ooh, I got a good one. Can you walk us through your process when you start on a new asset or character or anything?
That's very subjective, actually. So, as an example, one of the things someone asked about earlier, Clydesdale. All right, Clydesdale, we don't need to do much prep work. No sketches are really needed. No concept drawings or anything like that. But if someone comes to me and they're like, hey, we're going to do this event and we need something to hop out of a portal that players would want to run from. That'll either immediately get done based on time, or we'll run through a couple of concept drawings and show them to the team and basically pick the winner. And all within the mindset of staying within a certain schedule. Basically, like, okay, we have 5 days to come up with what this is going to look like, and at the end of the 5 days, we have to go with the best one that we have because we got to stay on time. Works pretty much the same way with all the items. I know a lot of people like the new tabards. There were a couple of iterations that Steph did on that. Billy does a couple of iterations here and there on the items that she's working on, but that is the basic breakdown of it.
Oh, yeah. And wait. Can I talk about my kitchen items? Do they know about those yet?
They don't know about them, but they do now. So go ahead and talk about
Okay, kitchen items. Okay. Well, another thing, like, in addition to what Jim said, is so I mostly haven't really been doing character stuff. I've been working a lot of, like, tile arts, like, or sometimes I work on, like, lore pages that will go in the lore book. And I find when it comes to those, like, environmental assets, one, I usually, like I said before, I like to see what's in the game already to just kind of get an idea. Sometimes the wiki is, like, very helpful for that. But then another thing to think about is sort of like doing a little bit of, like, historical research. So, for example, for the EMs recently, I created this frying pan thing. And it was kind of like, okay, well, what would a frying pan look like in UO that, like, makes sense? And it's like, okay, well, it can't be like, some fancy doodah. Look at this, like, non-stick covering and, things like that. No, it's got to be cast iron. It's got to look old. And there's a little bit like anachronism, obviously, because it's like, okay, things can be like, antique or like ancient. But then sometimes it can have like a little bit of fun where it's like more of a like, oh, like technically I guess you wouldn't have this in medieval ages, but it looks fine. But so it's kind of about vibes sometimes. And I think that's fun. But I also got carried away and then made like a bunch of other kitchen things, like little wooden spoons and little jars and little cutting boards. They're all like nice wood finishes, so people could decorate their kitchens later. I think it's meant to be a market item. That's what I was told. Yeah, coming to you soon or later. I don't know when.
It's a mystery.
I'm ready to throw my money at it already. I'm telling you, I'm gonna need like a bunch of those. So
Yay!
So excited. So excited.
And as a team will let me, I could just make little things like that forever because it's really fun.
and they're so adorable.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Let the players decorate their houses.
Mm-hmm.
That's what the people want.
Heck yeah. Yes, a Cinderella kitchen item. Sweet idea. Um All right. I know we've seen some questions coming in about 120, and that is coming to TC1 later this month and live around mid-June. So I'll repeat that one more time. 120 will be coming to TC1 later this month and live mid-June. So there we have that answer out there for you. Okay. Now, this kind of goes to everybody. So this is an everyone question. If you could go back in time to the early days of UO and give advice to the devs, what would it be?
Oh, that's a good question.
All right.
No.
So what is it?
What's that?
What advice you giving, DM? Now is this your time? Old man stuff. This is your time.
Right. Let's see what the devs have to say about going back to their past selves.
Stop. No. Turn back. Isn't that what the Willy Wonka says in Stop. No. Relax. Nice.
Oh,
I've got one, actually. Don't use numbers as naming conventions.
I had a feeling you would say that.
He's not wrong.
Let us find Longsword. Oh, wait, no, that's number 17,305. Okay, all right.
Yeah.
That's funny.
Comment your
Your script.
I mean, I know it was like back then, but I was like, maybe if they have a tagging system for the items or something, so we could like, look at them all. That'd be nice. I've also wondered, but maybe this is probably just me not knowing my programming history, but I'm like, I've never used Targas before. I thought that was interesting. I'll be like, could we use PNGs? Do we have those yet? I don't know. Maybe they're not around.
I don't think they were around, right, Steven?
Mm-hmm.
What's that?
There weren't any PNGs back in the day.
Oh, no, not well.
It was all bitmaps.
Not when I first joined. But again, we transitioned.
Wow.
So some of the things.
It's too late now.
The only reason some of our sections use PNGs is because of Steven.
Oh wow. See, I'm just too scared because I'm like, surely if we try, it'll break and then it'll be terrible. I'll be like, oh no, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry, UO. I didn't mean to hurt you.
What about you,
I would have
Steven?
told them, upgrade Visual Studio sooner. Yeah, that would have been it.
Okay. All right. I can see that.
I think if you're going to split the world into Trammel and Felucca, make Felucca the one everybody's going to as opposed to the existing world. I think they did it backwards back in the day. Because basically all it did was upend a ton of player communities that had established themselves on the original facet. And there was already an overwhelming desire by the player base to have a consensual PvP area. Like if you go back and listen to the postmortems that the old devs have done. Like that was the number one thing that was driving people out of the game at the time. So the solution to a couple different problems for both lack of housing and to address the concerns about non-consensual PvP was to split the world. Okay, fine. But they left the existing server map as Felucca, and then the new one became Tram. And then what happened? Everybody went to Tram because it was safe. And all of the player communities that were established on what would become Felucca were deserted overnight, and that wasn't fun. So I wish they'd done it the other way.
Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay. Let's see.
Yeah, just listening to that made a whole lot of sense to me. So that was interesting to hear from Chironix about how he would approach the Felucca Trammel splits. If he could go back in time. So as you probably may have heard or read somewhere, Joker, once upon a time, Ultima Online was entirely an open PvP sandbox experience. And it was the best of days and also the worst of days, in the sense that there were some players that really enjoyed the danger, uncertainty, and chaos of an open PvP sandbox. So there were some who absolutely loathed it, right? But most importantly, it was driving players away, because they come into the sandbox, they get absolutely smacked around by PvPers, and they thought, this is not fun. I'm going to go play, something that's going to prove less of an aggravating experience, stressful experience for me. So the solution was to split the world into two halves, as you heard from Chironix. And, his point is that what they did is they retained they made the current world Felucca, and they then created a mirror of it that was Trammel being the no PvP version of these two worlds. So you had this exodus of players from Felucca to Trammel, destroying the existing communities that had formed up during the early days of Ultima Online. So he's suggesting here that he would have done it the other way around. The existing world would have been Trammel, and then Felucca would have been created as the mirror. I don't know if you had any thoughts there.
I do. I think, honestly, any game that comes out and it's like, yeah, it's PvP everywhere, open world PvP everywhere, unless you're in a city. They don't have a place in this world for gamers. They really don't. It's the worst possible system you could possibly put in, because it alienates so many people from your game. It ends up becoming like a version of the Purge, basically, where you're fighting for your life and you have to join a group just to survive.
Right.
And, a good example of is I really like some of the best crafting, period, I've ever seen is in the game Mortal 2, MMORPG.
Mm-hmm.
And I got to do a beta on that, and I loved it. But that game is a hardcore PvP game. That's what it's designed for.
Mm-hmm.
And so the moment you step out of the city, you will get ganked by people over and over and unless you have a group playing with you, there's no reason to play. But yet it has so much cool stuff to it. So much awesome armors. The crafting system was ridiculously in depth, so you actually felt like you were making this stuff. But it had all these great bones and stuff, but then it was just trounced by the fact that you couldn't, as a normal player, you couldn't just step out into the world and enjoy the world without getting destroyed by other people. So you just alienate like 3/4 of the people that might want to play your game. And so I think that games that have that, there's a reason why they don't split it. And like you mentioned, or he mentioned, that people would come in and then they just leave because they're just getting killed. You are losing. That is, in my opinion, the quickest way to die in any MMORPG, as far as for its continuing it to be able to continue. Even now, looking at Mortal Online's active player base on Steam, it's very high, and it's because it's all the people that are all in a guild and kind of run things. And I think it just alienates too many people.
Yeah, and that's why I'm surprised the developers at the time, as Chironix pointed out, made that odd choice of essentially retaining the old world as Feluca and then the new world as Trammel. I definitely think it would have been wiser for the developers in terms of just preserving the player community to designate the old world as Trammel, and then the new world, the open PvP world, as Feluca. That I think would have been better at sort of keeping player communities together.
Yeah, especially since the people that didn't want to do PvP, but like they stuck through it the whole time with their character and like earned their stuff in there and like really worked at it, even though they didn't like that part of the game. It would have felt probably like a better reward to be like, hey, everybody that loves PvP, we're making a world just for you guys.
Exactly.
But everybody that doesn't, we have this world that you've been grinding out for years and surviving in. This is now going to be non-PvP. So now you can enjoy all the stuff that you farmed out, all the stuff that you've done over the years is now open to you fully for the game.
Yeah, well said. Well said, Joker. And I think Chironix is on the same page with you there. Back to the roadmap.
Have any other kind of going through all the plethora of stuff that's being kind of posted everywhere. So lots and lots of people are joining in. And yes, we have answered some of the questions that are being asked. If we're kind of skipping over them, they have been asked before. So if you're kind of just joining us now, I would say, once the stream is over, you can rewatch everything. It is going to be uploaded up there, so you can rewatch everything. So your questions are not going overlooked. I would say that if it's not being answered, it probably already was. So definitely go back and watch because it's been super fun so far. Another question that they have, and this is kind of to everybody. Are we looking at doing any more expansions or any boosters? Not a GM, Ronan. Not a GM.
As far as expansions and boosters go, it's something in the scope of, say, like Time of Legends, not in the immediate future. It takes away from our support of production. So, we are balancing what our goals are now between New Legacy and production by alternating the publishes. And I've seen a lot of discussion recently about, what is the point of New Legacy? Why are you guys doing this? You basically have done nothing for production over the past number of years while you're doing this, which, I don't know, if you go to all the fan sites, there are tons of stuff that happened over the past 5 years, so maybe they missed that. But basically, the whole goal with New Legacy is to, as we mentioned at the onset of it, is to provide a more traditional RPG experience within UO, right? That was always one of the main goals, to provide a reset shard so that we could build experiences and build designs without having to be constrained by the Elder game. Why would we want to do this? Because New Legacy offers us the ability to provide an onboarding experience for new players.
Slurms MacKenzie, thank you so much for joining us here as we react to the Roadmap Roundtable from the good developers of Broadsword Online Games. Throughout the course of our reaction, we've had several players from across the Ultima Online player community, and I'm so very pleased that you could join us as well. Would you mind giving us a quick background on, kind of who you are as an Ultima Online player and your history with the game?
Yeah, I've known about Ultima since I was in high school, about 1999, 2000. Played from early or late 1999 to about 2004. Came back with Samurai Empire and didn't make it very long, and then kind of hit my stride as adulthood. Didn't think much about Ultima, playing, Star Wars Galaxies, playing World of Warcraft, playing a lot of other games. And around 2020, when they started talking about New Legacy, that piqued my interest. I was paying attention to it. My friends group from high school who played UO started talking about it. and, stirred up some interest about, what is this, kind of non-expansion UO that's actually a production shard. And so that kind of piqued our interest, and me and a couple of my friends started here. Me and only two have continued on. But clearly it's doing something that's keeping me here because, Diablo 4 started a new season, other, Path of Exile, stuff like that's all here, and I'm still playing UO. So they've caught my interest, they've piqued my curiosity to see how it's going, and that's my background. I mean, I also work in education with game design, development, and stuff for kids. So, I mean, I have a little bit of understanding of level development, level design, stuff like that.
It's so cool, Slurms. Obviously, I've known for some time that you're doing some great things in the educational space. I didn't realize it was adjacent to game design as well. And your actual UO player story is almost exactly like mine, where I'd heard about Ultima Online growing up, didn't have a chance to play it. In those halcyon days of the late 90s. But when the developers had said that there's going to be this opportunity for a seasonal shard and for people to be there at day one in OSI supported experience of Ultima Online, I thought that was an opportunity that I really couldn't pass up on. And it's been, as you put it, it's been really rewarding. There's been some great games that have come up around the New Legacy seasonal shard, and like you, I'm fascinated with it, and it's really been a great source of enjoyment for myself. So I'm glad that you can bring your perspective to discussion. So I'm going to go ahead and dive into the roadmap, and off we go.
So that they can then, as we hope, transition into the larger game, which is going to be way more robust in terms of the different skills and the different encounters and things like that. But think of New Legacy as almost like the gateway drug. The way people consume games and get into games these days is very much different than the way it was years ago. So New Legacy gives us the opportunity to do that. Now, that being said, we still very much love our production players, and we understand New Legacy isn't for everybody. And that's why we've got Publish 120 coming out. And then, of course, we'll have 121 coming after that, which will bring all the fan favorites, like all of our holiday content and things like that. But if we were to stop and do a booster or an expansion level amount of development, that would basically be the only thing that we'd be working on. And we don't want to neglect those communities right now. So the immediate term, that's what our focus is. So hopefully that answers that discussion that's been going on. And, we're doing these to keep everybody updated so that they know what our plans are, because like we've talked about in the past, making sure that we support this incredible community and continue to make sure that the game thrives is the top of all of our lists.
So just before we get any further, Slurms, thoughts there about Chironix's answer to that question of whether we're going to see future booster packs or expansions for Ultima Online, and him basically saying it's impossible if they intend to devote resources to both the production shards and New Legacy, and the fact that New Legacy is kind of important for their long-term strategy for sustaining this game as a service.
I think it's a good point of contact. One thing that I understood when I was, coming back to UO and looking at it is, their team has to be minuscule. For the fact that they're putting out production stuff, they're putting out New Legacy stuff. For their team size, that's impressive. I mean,
very impressive.
A game this old is normally in maintenance mode. I mean, look at EverQuest, where you'll get something every 2 years or something like that, where it's big news because they do only work kind of on the expansion cycle. You wait for those really long times in between. I know EverQuest and Sony, when they sold it, kind of changed up the dynamic a little bit on that. But for a long time, maintenance mode meant get used to having the same thing. I also think that he's looking at New Legacy, not as a round table. They didn't round table discuss it, because to say, hey, that this is for the new player, it's also to bring back the old.
Right.
So, I mean, I guess maybe I am a new player to them because I haven't played in 20 years until, a New Legacy.
but I think that that's one of the aspects that it's bringing back the Ultima fandom, bringing back the stuff where they can experiment and play in the old world where people just want to like goof off and not have, oh, you have this one super build where you're teleporting every 2 seconds and, you're just playing Diablo 2, but in Ultima Online. Because that's, I've watched some of the production stuff and I've watched people play and I'm like, that's not the Ultima I remember, but like, it's cool, but like, I can get that feeling playing Diablo 2 remastered. So I think to have a dynamic between the two and offering different stuff gets more people playing. So as you get more people playing, you obviously have a more robust server population, which means you have more subscriptions, you have more people buying stuff from the shop, which means that, hey, instead of having a minuscule team, maybe you have a small team. Maybe you can set 2 or 3 devs off and say, hey, for the next year, you're going to work on something that's, an expansion that's going to bring a new land, totally new land, nothing, nothing that's been done before. So the players that are going, oh, you're not giving us this or you're not giving us that, they're looking at the really small part. This game is coming up on 30 years old. That is a run. So to be able to bring back players, to be able to get new players as they're looking at, new legacy and acquisition, it's going, well, where does the revenue come? And I mean, this comes from the business side of stuff and stuff that players don't want to think about. But what it does is, as it invigorates, as it gets people back on the shards, as it has people looking at the shop, you get more of this in, and Broadsword is clearly doing something right. Look at this roundtable they're doing now. Look at what they've done with the community and New Legacy. Look at them playing with the players. That's a step forward that really needs to be highlighted, because those are great and absolutely fantastic things. So all of this together means that they might be able to grow their team at some point in the future as New Legacy continues, as production gets bigger. So instead of the downtrodden, oh no, we're not getting stuff, it should be, look at some of these other games in maintenance mode that are half the age of Ultima that get nothing, and look at them push it. Look at this new direction. I mean, this is really new direction Ultima.
Yes, I agree.
And they're attacking it from multiple prongs, and that's awesome. And I don't think and I think they're working really hard to get the PR out for it, and they're doing a dang good job. And I wish that more players would just see it for what it is, and like seeing that they are working towards growth. They're not working to shut this down. They're not working to go, okay, well, there's not going to be anything. This roundtable says there's a future and they have a vision, and this is where they're going.
Slurms, I couldn't have expressed it more eloquently or poignantly myself. I agree with everything that you just shared here, and I would like to point out for those players who are like, we want those booster packs, we want those expansions. I don't know if you caught some of the Roadmap Roundtable earlier, Slurms, but we did learn that player portraits from New Legacy will be brought over to the production shards at the end of this first season of New Legacy. So that's one feature and system that obviously production players will now benefit from off of the development work that's gone on to New Legacy. And we did hear from Chironics that the Pumpkin Regatta, which very briefly appeared on New Legacy, will actually show up in some shape or form on the production shards too. So what that tells me is that there could be a possibility for resources that go into New Legacy to then be taken and offered to the production players as well in the future. So it's not as if, incrementally through work on New Legacy, you couldn't see elements of a booster pack take shape or elements of an expansion take shape for the production shards over time. So yes, as you said, I think that what they're doing right now, I think, is a great way to sort of meet the two competing objectives that they have here. Retain the existing player base in the production shards, give them fun things to do, give them things to look forward to, and also providing that that on-ramp for new players that is a little less overwhelming than what they have on the production shards. And of course, offer great ways for returning players like yourself, and arguably me too. I'll put myself in that bucket, having played on Atlantic for a few months off of the back of the news of New Legacy. Stuff for us to sort of look forward to and engage with. And let me just say, Slurms, it's really heartening to hear a veteran like yourself speak so passionately and look forward to what they're trying to do with the seasonal shard here. Because I agree, it's out of the box. It's very welcome. I'm glad that they're not taking the approach that Daybreak went with EverQuest and their time-locked progression servers. I think this is the right way to go for Ultima Online.
Oh yeah, no, and I think that they definitely deserve a round of applause for it. It really is something that shows they have a vision, and I think that that's something that the players should take note of. There's a lot of production leads where if you look, they don't know where they're going. Like, I don't want to talk poorly about like games that are being developed and stuff like that, or games that take a lot of backtracking, but that's in the space right now within kind of where the development are for leads. And they've done a good job at navigating a tough path. So I think that it's in good hands. And obviously I don't know them very well. I've played only the last 6 months of New Legacy, besides going back 20 years. But if I had them in the lead position, I would be very happy overall. They listen, they talk to the community, they engage, they take comments and feedback, and they interpret it to what can be done. That's a rare thing. And
unheard of, really.
And they filter out the kind of noise that isn't needed, but they still hear it. And that is, as you said, unheard of, because that takes a lot of processing power, you know.
And gumption. And I'll say here that there is no other major MMO on the market today with developers so willing to roll up their sleeves and sit down with the player community and the way that Broadsword is now doing in 2025. It's very exciting.
Absolutely. Alrighty. So kind of some more team questions. What's one part of your work that you wish more players understood? And that's for each of you.
That's an easy one for the art side. A lot of the times that we get requests from players, we really want to do the things, but we don't have the ability because of the type of game it is. And what I mean by that is a lot of the times the players will make requests for a game that would have to be a 3D game to be able to implement what they are asking for, and we simply can't do that with the type of game this is.
Okay.
I will just say that a lot of times designing stuff, implementing stuff takes time, sometimes more time than we would like, and we have to cut things or ideas get scrapped. We want to do all these cool things, especially me. I've got this whole list of stuff I want to do, but there's only so much time in the day. There's only one of me, unfortunately, and I can only do so much. But yeah, stuff takes time to develop and implement and test and QA and all that. So I would just ask that that's kept in mind with what we release.
Okay.
I would say that the UO community is very large and very dynamic and very diverse, and there's a lot of different ways that people like to play the game, and there's a lot of different things that people love about the game, and not any one person, I think, can single-handedly speak for any other. So when you give us feedback, just keep that in mind, that there's a lot of you and there's only a few of us, and we want to make you guys as happy as possible.
Definitely.
Yeah, I think I'm just going to piggyback on both of those. Nick and Greg said about time, and sometimes we're dealing with very old systems, and a lot of times there's some constraints for those systems, which we are working through, and so I think you just need some time to scope it all out and try to improve every single day and make it so that we can fulfill your requests here and make the game better. So,
all right, I'm going to stop it right over there. Slurms, any thoughts to what the developers were sharing about, what they wish players would know about their work? Anything that stood out for you? Again, if nothing did, that's totally fine. We can continue to roll on over here.
No, I think it actually just reiterated kind of what I had already said. Like, they got to what I was saying that I wish players understood, because it's very true. When you're working in a development phase like they are, a lot of players just see what's put out. They don't understand what goes into it. And as I said, the game's almost 30 years old. Richard Garriott sold it to EA and OSI off in 97 or something like that, I believe. So, I mean, it's been run for EA for so long. Then when Richard left, it had a different path. And so the coding and the backbone and the changes as they went from just Felucia to Trammel to Malice to I don't remember Ilshanar to Tucano, yeah, stuff like that. Like, there's so much added on where they're trying to make sure that it incorporates it, and I think they're doing a pretty good job from what I see. As I said, I watch people play it. When I was coming back, I'm like, I'm happy with the way New Legacy's looking, because I like kind of the Baldur's Gate 3 style, where like you're going through, it's a pace that's readable, that you're not spamming through stuff. I have other games I want to play when I want to spam through stuff. So production might never be my thing, which I like that they're going to keep the New Legacy going. And it's great that they're going to pull stuff from it and utilize it, because I think that reusing assets and utilizing systems and giving it a test ground in New Legacy where it's not going to have a long-term effect. Hey, if it's really bad, it goes away within the year.
Right.
But if it's really good, hey, you get to pull it over.
And
so
then production players get to experience it. Yep.
Yeah, it's a great thing. And so I don't know what production has access to now, with regards to like if there's like point systems, or if there's like the tokens that you get from like the bosses with the faux points and stuff like that. Those are awesome systems. And I don't know if there's dungeons or there's bosses like that, but I wouldn't be shocked if there was like some quest or some event or something that they put into production that uses that style system, because it's fantastic. And if they have, I'm glad that New Legacy gets access to it, because it's a great system. So it's one that I hope they continue in New Legacy. And if they're using it in the regular production, I think it's fantastic that they were able to utilize those systems, because I want to see that back and forth. That's a healthy build that keeps both sets of players engaged and continuing forward.
Yeah. And to your point, I'm really impressed, going back to the size of their team, what they're able to do for each of these publishers, because they are quite substantial publishers, and it doesn't feel like an MMO that is in any way, shape, or form in maintenance mode. The last two events for production, from what I heard, really, they knocked it out of the park. All production players, for the most part, sounded incredibly pleased with the last two events, that they were consecutive, I would add, leading to several months of New Legacy having to sit with our legendary foe circuit, which many of us did. It was at times a period of doldrums for the New Legacy shard, but published to kind of previews the potential of the seasonal shard, I think, in a really great way.
Absolutely.
And I really think that it's just going to go from strength to strength from here, with Greg, Parallax, and the rest of the team.
Well said, everyone. Well said. Have there been any moments where you looked at the game and thought, we did something really special here?
smooth boat movement.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was really good.
Yeah. I remember fishing back in the day, and it was just chug, 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 chug. And when we got smooth boat movement in, it was amazing.
Yeah, boat movement for the win.
They laugh, but
911.
know how the system of the grid works. It really is an impressive feat of programming, because the 8x8 grid system that UO is built on, to have that go smooth instead of acting like the boat is moving tile by tile, it's impressive they got smooth boat. I haven't seen it because we don't have boats on New Legacy.
But you can appreciate
yeah.
it. Yeah, absolutely.
If you could give your
I will add that I actually did have an opportunity to play a little bit with the High Seas booster pack on Atlantic, and I definitely didn't realize that there was an entirely antiquated way of experiencing, moving about on the season in UO, and I definitely appreciate, where it's at now. So cheers to the developers for that.
past self.
Yeah, technically you just teleported forward one tile at a time.
Oh, wow. That must have been a really janky experience.
It's what people used to raise skill by 8x8ing, by going through the grids, and you had to be on a boat. It was an interesting time.
Yeah, boat movement for the win. That's what 911 said. If you could give your past self one tip before starting working on UO, what would it be?
Well, I have that conversation every time I dive into something I wrote 10 years ago in script and was like, what jerk wrote this? Oh, I did, right.
I'll parrot what I said about going back to the original designers. I'll go back to myself 3 years ago and comment your code. I'm guilty of it too.
Yeah.
Anything?
Okay, I would tell my
Go ahead.
okay, I would tell my past self, I would be like, okay, Billy, when you go into that meeting and you meet everyone for the first time, put on your cat ears, because Fenico will be very impressed.
Make a gump editor.
Editor. For those of you who are wondering why we're all chuckling, those are not happy laughs. Those are laughs of insane tears. Because every single menu and if anybody in chat knows what GUMP stands for, they'll get a big thumbs up. But basically all the interface work that you see in the game has to be painstakingly constructed with a lot of trial and error. So we've gotten some better tools over the years, but it's definitely not as seamless as the way modern UI stuff is done.
Okay. Is there any wise words that you could give to our players today?
Keep looking for the Easter eggs because you haven't found them all yet.
Yeah, there's quite a few on the Legacy still. Go find them.
There you go.
I will say I did like the Simpsons references that they put in. That made me chuckle.
Yeah. That was great to discover, some of Chironix's and Parallax's off-the-wall humor, embedded in different...
And I do think that that's a good thing. I think that that's one of those ones where, with New Legacy, because it's a year standing, they don't have to follow the canon they've created for the real production chart.
Right.
So they do get a little bit of freedom and stuff like that. So that is another good look into for players when they're just like, oh, what sets it apart? The freedom for them to play around.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that's exactly why there is the amount of Easter eggs that we have secreted away on New Legacy is for exactly that reason. So that's a great call out from you, Slurms. And also, I think, as you said, it's something that's kind of one of the fun parts of the experience of being a player on New Legacy, and sort of having an opportunity to discover these little Easter eggs the developers have sprinkled around the seasonal shard for us.
Cat ears for the win. Yeah. Yeah, we've gotten some wonderful comments about New Legacy. So lots of positive comments. Thank you all for those positive comments. Positivity is great. I would also say that if you have something to, if you have a suggestion or stuff like that, I use the words constructive criticism. And that means that when you have a suggestion or something, make sure that you actually go in depth about it too, not just this sucks. That doesn't really help anybody. So I would say, please, reiterate, add to that, two words don't really help all that much.
Much like was said earlier, if we get a bug that just says ogres, it's difficult to fix that.
The actual wasn't it like ogres or something?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, ogres.
Okay. Is there anything any of you would like to add to the players? Not so much words of wisdom, but just anything you guys would like to say to the players.
Thank you. Thank you all for being such an amazing community, for supporting us over coming up on 28 years. Nobody in this business can say that and have the legacy that we've had and been fortunate enough to be a part of. I mean, at this point, Michael and Steven, what is this, your 15th year coming up on? How many years have you been on the project?
Oh my goodness. I got to do the math. Hold on. 17.
17 years.
17 years. Oh my goodness.
Wow, that's impressive.
I mean, our players are so amazing that at this point we have made memorials for quite a few of them.
Yeah.
Very true.
That's it's a sad but also a you asked earlier about one of the most special things that we can do. The fact that we've got multi-generational families playing this game and that we're able to remember the friends that we've lost and had so many good adventures with, even virtually, is really special. I'm not sure. I don't know that any other games do that. I certainly have never seen it. But being able to provide that is great for us.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I would say our player base is, and I've said this multiple times, we have the best community and player base out there, hands down. Everybody is always so nice, so supportive, just so wonderful. And we honestly love you guys. You guys are amazing. You guys are what helps make UO the great game that it is today. So, from the bottom of my heart, thank you guys. And I think that goes for all of us. We thank you for being such wonderful, players and supportive players. We love you guys so much. So thank you.
Slurms, I think that's actually a really great way for us to wrap up our own impromptu player roadmap roundtable here. We heard from the developers, their appreciation for us as a player community, which I've greatly appreciated and found touching and rang true for me in many ways, especially, what Chironic shared about the unique way of memorializing players who have passed on in game through memorial plaques. That is something unheard of. You don't see that in any other MMO that I can certainly think of that is a major player in the genre space today. I would love to give you an opportunity to sort of be a voice for the player community. You have, during your short time here as one of my co-hosts, done a great job expressing, I think the player community's gratitude to the developers. But I'd like to give you final words here as we adjourn from our own little player roadmap roundtable.
Yeah, I don't want it to seem like I'm like brown nosing, but the what they've done is pretty impressive for such an old game. They just said 28 years, so that's the official timeline. And to pivot and not just do classic, like EverQuest did their classic, World of Warcraft did their classic, but they took it and they kind of created a new game with their old modeling. So, and I think a lot of people were kind of upset that it wasn't just UO Classic. So I understand that one, but I think the RPG elements, the quests, the create your own flow style that New Legacy has created and gives them the opportunity to experiment and bring that stuff back to production, utilizing development time to give you two systems that kind of coexist in the same world is pretty phenomenal. I definitely got to give them, from knowing the back end of development and, helping kids and seeing kids go off and, work at Microsoft and Bungie and stuff like that in the past, you see the effort and the time that this requires to utilize and to create and to develop. And that's something that I truly appreciate because it's easier to not do it and kind of just appease than to try and do something risky and new. So I don't know whose idea New Legacy was. I don't know whose idea it is for some of the production stuff that has people leaving New Legacy to go back to their production shards. That leaves it so empty sometimes because the production shard events are so popular. That says a lot. So even if it's not necessarily getting the players to say, amazing job, the ebb and flow of players onto New Legacy and off of New Legacy is as content comes and goes, really says that they're doing something right because people wouldn't come back to New Legacy if the concepts were bad or they didn't like it or, it wasn't keeping their attention. They would stay gone. And if production wasn't doing a great job, they would just stay on New Legacy. So I think that they're able to capture both parties and have the people who play both and split their time. And to be able to have players like me that are just going like, I'll play production like it's an eternal server, like I'll get on and I'll bank sit maybe, like as there's nothing to do or talk to people, but I have no plans to truly play production. If New Legacy stops being a thing, I probably won't play UO much longer after that. So to have that balance, I think they're doing a fantastic job. And that's why I said I didn't want it to sound like I'm brown nosing, because that definitely probably sounded a little bit like it.
No,
however,
I don't think so.
Understanding the development process and the thought process they have to think ahead of it, I really do appreciate from a player perspective, from someone who, has had to teach concepts of like what is fun. Because that's one of my first lessons I actually teach in my intro to game design classes. What is fun? So I just doxed myself to probably every kid that I've ever taught. But yeah, that's my thing is, how do you define fun? And it's a nearly impossible thing to define because it's such a uniquely you thing. So for them to be able to, sorry, I see that you're trying to get in.
No, I'm listening to you. I'm totally listening to you.
So since it's such a uniquely you thing, and I always tell the kids, I said, don't chase. I said, I said, you have to do what's going to make you happy, and you're going to hear from people. And I said, those people who stick around and those people who see what you're doing, I said, they're the ones that you want to look after. And if I had any final word, they're clearly looking after their own, and they're clearly trying to build and get the Ultima family back that once played.
And it's such a great way to conclude this impromptu player roadmap roundtable, Slurms. And I think it's very special to hear this from you, because we do hear from a lot of jaded former Ultima Online players, bemoan the fact that we're not back in, September of 1997 when it comes to the gameplay experience for modern Ultima Online, or 1998, or pick your era of the game that players sort of look back upon with fondness. But you were arguably there for it. You were there at the golden age of this game. You were a player you have a history that stretches back 20 years with Ultima Online. And so for yourself,
I remember when T2A opened,
That's something special. The second age expansion, the very first expansion for Ultima Online. As you said, you were there for it. And so for you to have that history with the game, and to have this opinion of what New Legacy offers, I think you represent a new hope for this game to grow again, both through returning players like yourself and the new players that will hopefully eventually find and take on the adventure that is the New Legacy Seasonal Shard. And I don't want to make this entirely about New Legacy either, because I know that there's a segment of the UO player community, a small segment, that is concerned that the developers have somehow forgotten the production shards, and are pouring all these resources and all this intention exclusively into New Legacy. They care for the totality of the player community, absolutely the totality of it. This is not a question of the developers putting New Legacy before production. New Legacy serves a purpose for the future of Ultima Online, in the same way that production does as well. And there we have it. The first ever Roadmap Roundtable for the Broadsword online game developers for Ultima Online, and for the first ever Player Roundtable reaction. All in all, this Roadmap Roundtable is part of an exciting new chapter for Ultima Online and the player community, and I am so excited that I get to be not only a witness to it, but a part of it. And I want to once again thank the developers for turning a new page and forging a new legacy for this great game that we all love so much. And I would like to again thank my co-hosts for this great reaction roundtable. My gratitude to Nemesis, Epic Lute Gaming, Jokersouldragon, and Slurms MacKenzie. This wouldn't have been the conversation that it turned out to be without their participation. I would also like to thank you, the listeners of this podcast, for coming along with us on this reaction. I hope you found it entertaining and informative, and I hope to see you back here again at the Wyvern's Lair very soon. This has been myself, Dungeon Master Wyvern, the Ultima Online podcast for my channel. See you for the next one.